Well, hello. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. It is I, the Lavender Lady, and this is the after show from the Godless Iowans interview of me. And I want to thank him again for giving me an interview, and that's a wonderful, wonderful thing. And I'm doing some tweeting out right now to get the word for those of you who happen to be on Twitter. And if there's anybody who would like to hop on the channel, I am all for that. And what I will actually do is grab the link to get on here and preload to some folk out there just to invite them aboard and hi, 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 how you doing? All that good stuff. See what we can have. It's as I say, Matt, it was great of you to interview me. I love talking my arse off, really. Um, okay, hang on here. We got one there. Look at that. And there are a couple more that we can send. Who do we have here today? Hi, Wellington. How you doing? Yeah, you are first indeed, at least to show up on the side there. And Kitty on the keyboard. I love Sylvia. She's a good kitty. Not always nice, but a good kitty. And while we go at this, then we can. I know where I can drop one here. We'll do that. Hey, look at that. Yay. Okay, so we've got one. I don't see it. Oh, there we are. Yay, yay, yay. So we'll make that going, and let's see if anybody is saying hi over on the side. Yes, Mark Caesar. A beef heart is a wonderfully cheap cut of meat, and it's okay. Something's up here. Who is? Hey, Duke, how you doing?
What's going on?
Oh, a little bit this, little bit that. You know the drill, right?
I know the drill, man. I know the drill.
And great to have you aboard. And that thanks for stopping in on the interview. As I said, I love talking my arse off. Especially when it's about me.
Well, I'm usually the quiet person in the panel.
There you go. Yeah. Mhm.
I'm very shy.
Yes.
I'm a
And oh,
poor lonesome boy with no roast beef.
oh my word. And now all we need is let's get Jen with one N over here, and maybe she can find us some more titles from Chuck Tingle. How's that
But
sound?
you realize that Chuck Tingle has a YouTube page.
Yeah. I think I found it. Is that the one that Shannon Q advertised, or was that him appearing on something else?
That was him appearing on something else. But then out of curiosity, I just was like, I'm just gonna like YouTube search Chuck Tingle, and there he is.
Okay. Okay, Wellington. Yeah, you said you can't find any cow hard for sale near you. Yeah, I had to go to a specialty store to to get the beef heart that I would get. I got several when I was in that neighborhood because it was so easy for me to go downtown. There was a an area called the Strip District, which had has all sorts of shops, um, butchers, fishmongers, you name it, it's there. And It's wonderful. I mean, at the one place I went to, it's called Strip District Meats. You could get elk, you could get buffalo, you could get venison. Um, I am surprised you could. I'm surprised the atheists could not stop in there and get baby. But what can I tell you?
Well, that's what the clinic is for.
Yeah, and yeah, the organ meats are in a way more nutritious. They're certainly denser than the regular, if you want to call them, cuts of beef. I mean, the more a muscle works, the more um, the more it grows, the more it's packed, the more nutrition it holds. The stores of nutrients, for example, that the muscle has to use to actually work. So compare a a cow's butt muscle, which is used only when walking around, that sort of thing, to a heart which beats what, a couple thousand times a day. And you've got the big difference there.
Pounded
Um,
in the butt by a cow's butt muscle by Chuck Tingle. I couldn't help it.
yeah,
Oh.
let me
But yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah.
Let me,
I know sometimes people will cook the beef hearts in a pressure cooker.
yes, that will get them done more quickly. Me, I don't have a pressure cooker. That's one of the things I don't have. So I would simmer them in an open pot. And
Ah,
that'll take that'll take a couple of hours.
yeah. I'm a big time cook too.
Yeah, yeah. One of the things I do want to get, and it's unfortunately not going to be for Christmas, um, because I do try to give myself, a Christmas present from me to me. I would like a pressure cooker. As a matter of fact, I would like a combination pressure cooker and pressure canner
Yeah,
because I do.
my sister got one for a pretty reasonable price. It doesn't just it'll pressure cook. I think it's a rice cooker. Um, it does a lot of different stuff.
Okay, because I saw one. I don't know how good it is for about 100, which is not that bad a price to me. Even, I mean, I'm poor, but I can save up and spend 100. Um, no big deal there. So, Artie, hi,
Is Artie coming in?
he is
Nope,
here.
Oh, he's
nope,
here.
that fucker isn't doing it.
You
It's
better
been
watch
a
out, man.
while. It's been a while since we've been able to talk. Yay! It's
I,
great to have you.
Why?
I was looking at the last exchange we had in the DMs, and I sent you a bunch of Nine Inch Nails music, and I was like, "What the fuck were we talking about?" Did I send her a bunch of Nine Inch Nails music?
I'm trying to remember exactly what it was that we were talking about, but yeah,
We were talking about them being from Pittsburgh, or him being from Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
okay, that might have been part of it. That might have been part of
I
it.
think.
Then he moved to Chicago, right?
I don't know. I don't know.
He was part of that Wax Trax thing, wasn't he?
I didn't know.
At the very end of the Chicago industrial movement.
I really don't know. I didn't know he was from Pittsburgh until I met a guy that he went to high school with in the parking lot outside of one of his gigs.
Oh shit. Speaking of that, Diana, did you get the YouTube link I sent you? The guy playing the double basses,
Um,
classical
wait,
style. I shot it to you just in a tweet.
I got the cello that you sent me from the Bach cantata. Is this another one I
Yeah,
would look at?
yeah. I shot you a tweet. It's a guy that takes he basically records his himself playing a double bass with a bow and a finger pluck style. And he does like two different recordings and overlays them.
Okay, because what I've
It's
got here, I've got the one who went after this one. What's okay and not okay in the Christian marriage bed, and then
David
there's
Landau.
okay, and then there's Claire's list. We had talked about the
Not in
playlist
DMs.
made for somebody, not in
I,
DM. Okay.
no, I just tweeted it at you.
Oh, no wonder I didn't see it. Okay, okay. I must have missed it somehow because I hadn't looked very carefully at my tweets. I've just been picking up all the pounded in the butt by
Chuck Tingle.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to go looking for that.
Lonesome man, no roast beef. Rachel today was giving me Rachel's giving me shit about that. She was like, "What the hell is that about? What's this? What do you mean roast beef?" And I shared that video.
I couldn't even listen to it because the sound was so bad.
What I'm trying to remember is, did Shannon come in on that live stream?
No, I think she might have been in the chat, but she wasn't on the stream. I don't remember.
Okay. I mean, that's what I mean. Had she come in on the side chat? Because I truly wasn't looking, so I don't know who was there. Because it surprised me this morning when I saw her send the video. And thank you, Shannon, if you're listening or if you will be listening. God, that thing was funny. If anybody wants a good laugh, yeah, you look up Chuck Tingle. I mean, this is supposedly a guy who really exists, and he writes niche gay porn, I guess. And
I think he's the caps lock Christian of niche gay porn.
there you go. And I mean, to heck with the books. The titles are a blast. They're absolutely wonderful. I mean, things like I got creamed by my handsome living corn. Is that it?
Oh no, I got that. I got that one today from Jen. What the fuck was it?
Yes. That was in response to
Yeah, it's something very much like that. I got creamed by my living corn, or something.
Yeah, that was in response to Shannon's posting the video of this guy allegedly reading one of his own books, and it was what's the word I'm looking for? Stream of consciousness on acid.
Hey, I wrote some pretty good shit. Stream of consciousness on acid, and what I could hear of that was not as good as the shit I wrote.
I don't know. I never managed to write anything in that state. I couldn't find the paper.
I couldn't focus long enough to do anything like that.
I did all kinds of cool shit on acid. It's part of the reason I miss it so much.
Oh man, I would almost, but then again, I wouldn't want it to interfere with any of the psychotropics I'm on now. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm what they call a non-compliant patient anyway. So
Oh,
it's
okay.
like sit here, smoke a cigarette, and drink beer.
Yeah, I actually eventually I just started having bad trips every single time, so I just quit doing it.
Never.
I mean, I had those like existential crisis curled up in a ball in the corner of the room bad trips.
Yeah, I had nothing like that. I mean, one of the best days of my life. I was putting my balls off and ended up throwing candy from a parade float during the Black Expo parade in town. It's a great fucking day.
Okay, Wellington, you ask what the difference is between a pressure cooker and a slow cooker. A slow cooker is a little arrangement that cooks very slowly. It's on low heat for like 8 or 12 hours at a time in a stoneware pot, basically, with a electric heating element. Now, a pressure cooker, as the name implies, cooks under pressure. You've got, I don't know, what would it be, Duke? Maybe about 10 or 15 pounds pressure, or is it more inside?
I think it's considerably more than that.
Yeah, it's a lot. I don't know. I've never looked at the specs of it. I've never actually cooked with a pressure cooker. We have one. Like, I just like to do it the old-fashioned way, so I don't even use a pressure cooker. I have a big ceramic-coated cast iron Dutch oven.
Okay, fine, yeah.
I put that in the oven for like hours on end.
The thing about the pressure cooker is it cooks faster than ordinary cooking, because under that pressure, the boiling point of the water inside, you always cook in water inside a pressure cooker. The water inside is at a boil, but that boiling temperature is higher than 212 degrees Fahrenheit because of that pressure that's over it. So that extra heat gets that cooking going faster without drying anything out. And it's a great way to cook brisket of beef, for example.
Right.
Tough.
Yeah.
Eddie heard a dog barking, so
Okay. And it's also a great way to can. That whole bit about putting food in glass jars and cooking it in those jars and then sealing it, and you can keep them on your shelf for like a year and a half, spoiling. And yes, it can be dangerous.
Yeah, well, yeah, the Boston City bombing was a pressure cooker, wasn't it?
yeah.
The
Yes,
Boston
it
City
was.
Marathon.
I mean, there are things you don't want to do. For example, you do not want to open that pressure cooker when you're finished cooking until it is completely cooled. Because if you try to open it, and if you it's very difficult to get it open under that pressure because the lid is made in such a way that the pressure actually holds it on. It helps hold it on. It was sort of like the Apollo 1 hatch. That was a pressure cooker, let me tell you. But if you can get that lid off, it will come off explosively. And not only do you have a cast aluminum lid in your face, you're also full of water that was boiling at a temperature of, maybe 290 degrees Fahrenheit.
Pounded in the butt by an explosive pressure cooker by Chuck
Yeah.
Tingle.
Pretty much. And I see that we have another guest. Hi there, Nacha. How you doing, sweetie?
Hey, not too
Oh.
bad. I thought you might listen to the cooking story. I was enjoying that. So
Oh my, yeah, it's okay. Yeah, the stuff you get offshore, like the German pressure cookers, that stuff, they are pretty much fail safe. If they fail, something really went wrong.
Yeah, I can remember when I was a kid, so you weren't obviously that much older than me at the time, but I can remember my grandma, she had that was a General Electric pressure cooker, and because of she had it from, I'm going to guess, the late 50s or early 60s, and because of the plastics that were used on the lid and the handle and the locking mechanism, they started exploding kind of regularly.
Okay.
And so they were like, okay, well, then we've obviously got a problem with it. And they obviously came to the conclusion that it was the plastics that had aged and degraded to the point where they were no longer safe. And they were just blowing up in old women's faces left and right. And then for 20 years, nobody had a fucking pressure cooker, and now they're becoming popular again.
Yeah, they're very useful. They really are.
I now have to share my French onion soup recipe in the DMs.
Yeah, I want to see that because that's a thing I'd like to be able to make.
And okay, hi Faye. Check your DM in case you feel like hopping on.
And saying terrible things all night long.
Yeah,
it's a very sweet voice.
Hopping on, pounding the butt, saying terrible things on the Lavender Lady After Show by Chuck Tingle.
oh goodness.
Terrible things in my butt.
Yeah, that should have never been introduced to me. That was a bad idea. Whoever it was like, let's introduce Duke Bonanza to fucking Chuck Tingle. They didn't think things through first.
We're not all over juvenile humor now, are we?
That's why I got above it.
Pressure cooker in that scene. I'm not sure I remember that scene. The bendy. Yeah. I do remember those, Mark. Yeah, they were amazing.
I coughed out my nose.
No, you don't want to do that, Peter. No, we don't want to lose you on air.
Nice.
Guildford.
Over a lack of air either.
Here.
Hey.
Hi. Guess
God, stop
what?
dying
There's
on
been a measles outbreak in Lakewood, New Jersey.
Oh, great.
Oh,
How that happened.
Don't know how.
I don't reckon it's those anti-vaxxers.
Well, you do
Hey,
need 95% of the population.
Hey.
How's
Hi.
everybody doing? All the new people who have come aboard here. Good.
Bottle belt too. G'day, bottle belt.
Be a bunch of math.
Hey.
The absolute truth.
I can't keep it through the end because I have to take someone to the hospital tomorrow.
Mm.
That's fair enough.
Not good.
Well,
Uh,
it's one of the treatments for psoriasis is an old-fashioned thing medication that
okay, you kind
You
of
still there
disappeared.
talking, or
I
yeah, we
see
can't.
the little circles expanding around her avatar, but I don't
What?
hear anything. There you are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you dropped out a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What should I be using on my eye?
I had to. What about your eye?
I said, what should I be using on my eye? You dropped out right as you got to the point where you were going to tell us
Oh
what.
no, I don't know if they'll recommend it for your eye. I do know that the psoriasis broke both her eardrums
Oh no.
and it healed up. But the thing is, they use I forget what it's called, but it's a type of chemotherapy in order
Oh, yeah.
to take control of it. But it's since that's so close to your eyes, they probably would do that because
Yeah,
you
probably
don't want to go blind.
Moo.
It's a
Yeah.
temporary thing. They only do it for like I don't know 4 months to sort of like control the skin growth.
Okay. God, I remember those commercials. Yeah, it's probably out of line, but the
Oh,
hell.
can you increase my volume, Diana? Because of course, no one can hear me.
Okay, well we just have to do something about. Oh, come on, you. Okay, wait a minute. There it
I
goes.
can't control it. Purple. Sorry.
Okay, we've rammed you all the way up. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, no,
I didn't say.
we don't want to do that. No.
We've rammed you all the way up by Chuck Tingle.
Yeah, that's right. Who wrote that book?
Those commercials
Rammed
about,
you all the way up the butt by Chuck Tingle.
There we
I
go.
remember those commercials about
So,
break up psoriasis.
well, for bonus, maybe I should read some horrible things.
You should read some horrible things.
Okay, let's see what kind of horrible things are in the horrible things DM
Horrible,
group.
horrible herbal things.
No, a lot of people didn't participate because they were like, "What the hell are you talking about?" And I was like, "It's in the title."
I didn't see until just recently that there were 4 mass shootings today in the United States. 5.
Oh, Jesus Christ! 4?
Including a family assassination in Colts Neck, New Jersey.
Oh, wait a minute! Is that where they found
Hell.
the 4 dead? The 2 men and 2 women.
I believe so. But also
Yeah, that's what I heard.
the brother's house was burnt down. I think bombs over, so we don't know what's going on.
Okay.
Your family will be boiled in human waste for all eternity.
That was mine.
Mm.
I like it, man.
I
Yeah,
like to eat babies al dente.
I like them
How
fresh
is
right
it-
out of the garden.
How is
Get
it
the
that
fuck out of my with that shit. The motherfucker that said that shit never had to pick up itty bitty pieces of skull on account of your dumbass.
Yeah.
That
How-
gives us exactly 40 minutes to get the fuck out of Dodge, which, if you do what I say when I say it, should be plenty. Now you've got a corpse in the car minus a head in a garage. Take me to it.
That is a very good one.
did you describe that, Duke? It was a honey-coated marshmallow for a.
Yeah, marshmallows dipped in honey.
There you go. Yeah, that's Dave's voice, all right. You've got to come on. You got to come on movie night, Faye, and we'll juxtapose, which was Dr. Jones' favorite word. You, Christy Santiago, and Karis Crane.
Oh yeah.
You would make a great triplet.
Okay. And let's just round off those nasty things I said with a nasty hard fact. 90% of all people with close contact with an infected person will get measles if they are not vaccinated.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a funny thing because like we're seeing like a resurgent of stuff that wasn't even really a problem anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Right.
It's like
Yeah.
living long enough to have lead poisoning become a thing again.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Obama.
Lead poisoning up here is a thing because of the age of the homes.
Yeah, we get it around here too. A lot of the old, I call them mill hunky homes
Well,
that were put up at the beginning of this, early in the century, early in the 20th century, to house all the mill workers.
How
And
are
it-
you comfortable, Kitty?
I think there's still something like 70% of the housing stock in the United States is post World War II, but before 1970 something. So
That
yeah,
sounds about right.
but yeah, there's a shit ton of lead paint behind, but ever increasing layers of other paints.
Yeah, there's also problems with asbestos.
It would come from
Yes.
a lot of the lead paint would come from windows because windows were susceptible to peeling paint. And
Amazed you guys have these problems still. Like, this is the sort of stuff that, from where I'm from, I think of that as a third world problem. Like, honestly,
Well, America is
I'm not
a third world
meant
country.
anything.
Come on.
I'm not trying to say this like a diss. It's
No,
just
no.
I'm shocked
We
that
are
you
we are
guys deal with
backwards.
that.
there was a, I can't remember if it was.
Like, I go through buildings every day. It's part of my job, and so I have to be acutely aware of things like that within homes. And so I know that they've run through regulations decades ago, all to get rid of all the lead paint, and that's all completely gone. And then the asbestos, I think, was the 90s when they went through all the houses and got rid of it all. And even if occasionally you find a little bit, that shuts down the job, shuts down the house.
Oh yeah,
because
it
comes in and cleans it out.
I take it, hon, that they would go through these houses whether they needed it or not. In other words, it was a thing where here in the U.S., you don't have to do any of that stuff until you do remodeling or something like that that actually exposes this stuff. If it's behind, it can live behind walls and shit for decades, and you don't have to do a thing about it.
You're best off leaving it there, but
yeah.
Well, if it's asbestos, that's especially true, right? Because you have to have certain kind of training to deal with asbestos. It's super dangerous.
I
So
have
you-
lead paint on my ceiling.
Ooh,
your house is old
sweet,
enough,
literally.
chances are there's white lead right next to the plaster, but so long as that's where it stays. That's
Yeah,
why
a lot of
the
the
deal was with windows because they tend to chip. But most windows now have been replaced, and the chipping paint on the inside of a window isn't the thing it was in the 70s.
yeah.
It was like, you might want to do something about the lead in your house, and then we get. The United States is one of very few countries in the world that still allows asbestos in manufacturing. And I made this comment on somebody else's thread, and Duke, you might have been there. The world's largest asbestos mine is in Russia, and it is an open pit mine.
Yeah.
I heard
Yeah.
that.
And people don't I don't know if people realize just how fucking dangerous asbestos is. Like, the problem with it is like it's friable. So like once you start busting it up, it gets to the air, you're breathing it. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, think of a mineral that is in consistency like spun glass.
Yeah.
If any of you guys know about when I was growing up, I knew it as angel hair. It was actual glass rather than the polyester that they use now, that was spun into fine filaments, and you used it in your Christmas decorations. And you had to wear mittens or gloves or something when you were handling that stuff, because it would break and get into your skin like little slivers and stuff.
That those Christmas decorations were the inspiration for fiber optic cable.
I didn't know that. I think Puff might be joining us.
Yeah, those ornaments and shit things that you see were literally the inspiration from the guy at Corning that came up with the notion of not just using glass to transmit, but he also came up with the notion of, if we're using light, we can use lasers, which means we can send so much more information. And he didn't know dick about that part of it, but he started the process of Corning making fiber optic based on
okay.
cheap-ass fucking
All my itching hands
What's up, man,
back in the
Dragon?
60s are worth it then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's puffier.
Hey, Insane Dragon, how you
I feel
doing?
like I stepped in at a point where I need more rum.
Oh, that's
Hi,
you
dragon.
know damn well that once you saw my face, you knew you needed something to drink.
Pounded in the butt and I Need More Rum by Chuck Tingle.
The pirate life for me.
He's going to end up being like the most popular author among all of us, like YouTubers and stuff.
I don't know about you, but I'm going to get my sister a Chuck Tingle book for Christmas.
Oh,
I-
yay!
I'm going to buy all of them. I promise
They're
you.
cheap
I'm actually
enough.
tempted to do the same.
I'm going to buy them all, and then I'm going to put a bookshelf up, and I'm going to like put them up there, and I'm going to mix them with like religious books, so that when people walk up to the shelf,
I thought about making a bunch of fake books. I had a friend of mine that worked at a place where they made like crafts that were just empty books. And I so wanted to give him a list of book titles to print out for me, because it was all going to be the leather-bound, golden boss looking stuff. It would have been perfect.
Yeah, there you go.
Up my ass with a piece of glass.
history of sodomy in the lower U.S.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want that because that is an infinitely expanding tome of information involving far too many reiterations of the phrase "Squeal, piggy!"
The Royal Navy, sodomy and the lash. Yes.
What if Grandma really did have a dick?
Well, I'll tell you, this is why I never had kids, so I wouldn't have grandkids that could ask that question. Yeah, folks, I'm out with it. What the hell? I mean, what can they do to me, right? Oh, man, the way I was talking to Matt about that, I am so lucky, really lucky that I don't have all that much to lose. I can afford to be out there in your face, and that's how much can they do to me, really? Don't have a job to lose. Don't have.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they could kill me if they want, but they'd be doing me a favor. Jesus.
Yeah. Every threat that anyone in society would like to throw at me, regardless of what they think they have on me, I don't care. I occasionally I've said some things I wish I hadn't actually said, but I think I've generally been capable of apologizing for having said those things. And if somebody wants to point out another one, I'll happily make another apology if I think anyone's due one. But
that's the trick. That's the trick.
Can't hurt my feelings. I don't have any. Haven't had any for decades.
Oh, come on now, sweetie.
There are things that hurt, but people can't hurt my feelings. Only actions can hurt my feelings now.
Well, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, but I was going to say that's the thing, right? If I owe an apology, I'll happily give it. If I don't feel like I owe an apology, whoever thinks that I owe them one can go flying through the air. Fuck themselves. Yeah. They can get a catapult and a cucumber and just fucking catapult themselves into the air and fuck themselves. I do not care.
I don't care what you've done to think that I owe you one, but if I don't think that I do, you're not getting it.
Not ever. I would rather eat dirt than give an apology that's not owed.
Yeah, I spent a lot of my life apologizing for shit.
This is what you say when you are not apologizing. I'm sorry you feel that way.
Oh, see, now
yeah, there it is.
That is the most condescending piece of fuckery that I could possibly think.
I was going to say, I hate that more than anything. I hate that more than anything in the world. I would rather somebody look me dead in the eyes and say, fuck you and your feelings than to say, I'm sorry that you feel that way. I have a canned response. I have a canned response to that. Anytime somebody says that to me, I say, I'm not sorry that I feel that way, and I don't need you to be sorry for how I feel.
Duke.
I misspoke.
Yes, dear.
I said, I'm sorry I made
nothing
you
to add
feel
to
that way, and that was the most honest thing I could have said.
I missed what both of you said because you were both talking at the same time.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jim.
I was saying, Duke, with regards to the whole, You'd rather hear somebody say "fuck you" and all that other crap rather than pretending to apologize? All I have to say about any of that is "fuck you." There's no further addendum or anything. It involves pants off, man. Pants
Okay.
off.
Okay. You can push my legs back behind my head. I'm fine with it. I think you're very handsome, Puff.
You have you have damage to your visual cortex then.
And
Oh, you're no
Your
ogre.
point.
Exactly. Maybe I just have a damage to my visual or
maybe he's
cortex
just got really
fetish.
bad
Here's
taste.
Orca.
Go fuck yourself.
No, let it be known here that Inane Dragon is definitely no ogre. And okay, you can take that as a compliment because it's coming from a lesbian. I don't have anything to gain by saying it.
That's fair. I'm happy
Well,
to hear.
that was a thread killer.
I'm happy to hear. You're not as ugly as you sound, or I pictured you to be much fatter. I'm good with all those compliments.
Hey, the best compliment I've ever gotten is you have the perfect face for radio.
Yeah.
There you are.
And I've
Good.
gotten that from so many sources ever since I was a young little lad.
Having worked at a radio station in 19, I can tell you that one's been around a while. And it's true.
That's funny. It's not a compliment. One of the weirdest things that happened to me, like the first time I got on a thread with Red Venture, and he was like, "Yeah, it totally fucked me up to hear you talk. I did not expect you to sound like that."
Yeah.
And I was like,
Yeah.
well, what did you expect me to sound like?
You've kind of always fit what I expected you to sound like, Duke.
I imagine.
I mean, it's not perfect 10 for 10 to what I thought before the first time I heard you, but it fits well enough that it was no surprise. It works.
I will admit, Duke, that I was a little bit surprised when I saw your face the first time because you sound a little bit younger than you are. If that makes any
Thanks.
sense at all, does it?
Thanks. Thanks for that.
I was just surprised to
My
learn that you were
mother's-
white.
My mother is 68 with my voice.
Oh,
You were
Okay,
surprised to
yeah,
find out
that's-
that I was white? What?
What?
Is that what you
My
said?
No, my mother is 68 and she has my voice.
Oh, no, not you, Artie.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, because
I was just
No,
going to slide that one.
Well, I'm only white from the waist up, Artie.
okay. No, I was thinking that your voice, for some reason, sounded somewhere in the early 30s.
Yeah. But I look like I'm in my late 50s. Thanks for that,
Come
man.
to
I
think
appreciate
of
that.
it.
I appreciate that. Thanks. Oh, good times. Good times.
I said a little bit, not decades, kid.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man, what
Oh, I
amazes
know,
the
I'm
hell
just-
out of me, and I'll say it with pride, I really will, and pat myself on the back while I'm doing it. It amazes me how often I am taken to be in my late 40s or early 50s.
That's what I would have guessed.
Okay, thank
mid to
you.
late 40s.
And I'll tell people, yeah, it's probably because I didn't have kids, and I'm only half joking when I say that.
Oh no, you're right. Kids are the greatest thing ever. But Jesus,
I would
Because
have guessed that it's because you are constantly walking in the best possible light.
Okay. Thank you.
Something about the way you're lit as you walk through the world is like a little Vaseline smear on everybody's eyes.
I like it. I'll have to remember that one.
Yeah, maybe it's Maybelline, but I think it's the lighting.
Around in this neighborhood, it amazes me how old the women look. I'll see somebody with 4 or 5 kids, something like that, and trying to rein them all in and everything else. And I'm thinking, okay, this woman's gotta be in her 60s, and those are her grandkids, and it turns out she's 34, and they're
Yeah.
her own kids, and like, wow.
Maybe
I mean,
it's meth. Maybe it's Maybelline.
you never know. Yeah.
Maybe it was a house fire. Maybe it's meth.
I will also say, I'll pat myself on the back again. I'll do it. There are times I look in the mirror and all I see is an old man, and that's kind of disheartening. But then there are the times. One of my favorite seats on the bus, if you've been on the public transport buses much at all, there's the seat right behind the rear door that has the plexiglass in front of it, so you can kind of see your reflection in the right
Yes.
light. And I might be sitting in the bus and I'm just minding my own business, going where I'm going. And I happen to see a reflection in the window, and gee, that's a pretty lady. And as I turn my head to get a better look, the head turns along with me. And son of a bitch, that's me.
It always feels good to accidentally catch your own eye.
I do that all the time. I constantly look in the mirror and think, that's a pretty lady.
And then he combs his beard.
And then I comb my beard.
No, I mean, that's from the neck up. I mean, going down, I look like a beer barrel, but that's another another story entirely.
It's been a long time since I've been outside and walked past windows, but there are a few times. I haven't always been built like this majestic creature you see before you.
Yes, indeed.
I just threw up a little in my mouth.
Dude, it sucks because I used to lift weights a lot, and if you went back to like January of 2017, I was like 20 pounds heavier, and it was all like muscle weight.
Yeah.
And like since I quit working out, I dropped all that off. So it's one of the funny things. Like I'll talk to I'll hear the ladies talking about, oh, I wish I could lose weight. And it's like, I'm sad that I lost weight.
I'm like 220 now, but when I was in my early 30s and working a landscape install crew for 10 hours a day, I was down to 168 pounds, and it was the only time in my life that I was ever comfortable tucking in a t-shirt. It's the only time in my life I've ever done it.
Well, see, that's the thing. That's why you lift weights, right? Because you just make your shoulders and chest and back make up for your gut.
Yeah. There was a point when I was 21 or 22 when I mysteriously dropped a whole bunch of weight, and I don't know how, I don't know why. It just happened. I wasn't even trying. Got down to 165. God, did that ever feel good?
Yeah, I ate a bunch of diet pills before my senior pictures, so I would look thin.
Okay.
So I got down to like 168 pounds for the first time since like the 5th grade.
Oh, geez, yeah. I mean, this is what you shudder when you think about this sort of thing. You've hinted at it, and I think about it. I broke 150. I think I was 10, 11.
Yeah,
I was a big kid.
I was 12. There were 2 friends of mine and I were all roughly the same size until we got to be about 7th grade, and then I continued to be fat, and they had growth spurts, got tall, lost the weight, and never gained it back.
Mm-hmm.
That's a motherfucker.
Yeah, I didn't go through that. My family still makes fun of me for my weight. I'm damn near 50 years old, and my brother, my mom, even my fucking decrepit ass dad give me shit about my weight. I'm like,
no, come on.
You're closer to death than I am.
I used to get all kinds of shit from the female slimy bastard. I mean, she would be the one who would whip out a camera and take a picture if my gut was showing at all, and hey, look at that, and it's like, Jesus Christ, I was just naturally a big kid.
Yeah, me too. I didn't eat any more than my brother. We were only allowed the same things. I just have a different metabolism than him.
Now, my thing though, I grew like a girl, and this is really weird. I had as far as boys go, very early puberty. I mean, I was noticeably into puberty by the time I was 9 years old.
Jesus.
So puberty had started well before that.
Wow.
And when I was, say, about 14, I had reached my adult dimensions, 5'9", 170. And when most of everybody around me was still growing at 21. I was finished for 7 years, and I wonder sometimes if that growth wasn't indicative of, maybe it was a little sign, a portent of my transgender thing going on.
Yeah, I was going to say the same
the
thing.
biology was there,
Yeah, there was definitely something hormonal that was beyond the curve of normal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was really.
That's always been a problem for me too.
It was disconcerting when you're really, 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 really interested in the fairer sex, and the rest they just don't know what's going on yet because they haven't reached that stage yet.
Come to think of it, my first girlfriend probably was going through a very similar thing in her life, because at the age that we became sexually curious, we'd never had sex at that age, but just touching each other's bits very young, and it was her that started it. And my first inclination was that maybe she had been molested, and that's as I aged and started thinking back to that, because it wasn't a really inappropriate age for that thing to be going on. And I remember my first thoughts were of her having been molested, and I talked to mutual friends we've had over the years. It's weird how I didn't know her at all through high school, college, or kind of since, but we've had mutual friends that keep coming in and out of each other's lives. Mm-hmm. So I I've been able to ask, did you ever hear her talk about that? And no, that's nothing that ever came up. Like, why do you think that? And I'm like, well, it's going to sound stupid, so I'm not going to say it.
No, actually,
okay.
That is an indication of that.
Right. Yeah, no, I know, but I'm not, I never was convinced that it happened, because I'd spoken to some friends of hers that were very close to her for a long time, and it didn't come up. Not that means it didn't, but she ran cross country. She had a very tomboy physique, and she was very athletic and into sports and blah, blah, blah. And we were 9-ish. She might very well have been going through a very similar thing.
Yeah, I was going to say she and I might have got along very, very well had we known each other at that time.
That's what I'm saying. That.
Yeah.
She had an English accent.
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
She doesn't have that anymore, but she did then.
Wouldn't have been Yorkshire, would it? I love a Yorkshire accent.
That was 4th grade. I don't know. Even if she'd said, like, I'd remember. I forgot shit from 3 days ago.
I love when I forget that I've muted myself.
See?
I was going to say, it's a funny thing. Like, my second wife, when I met her, like, she was really tomboyish. Like, she was just like very. She just wore like thrift store clothes, tennis shoes, and a visor, and she didn't care about makeup, and she didn't care about any of that stuff. And one of the banes of her existence was that people would always assume she was a lesbian. And she totally isn't. Like, she's totally into dudes, and that's all. But she would constantly catch like grief over the fact that she wasn't feminine enough, and that's one of the things that pushed me like kind of towards the fighting against like gender stereotypes. Just in the sense that I've known.
Well,
I've known plenty of guys in the same way that are very feminine. Yeah. But they're not gay at all. But they're assumed to be gay.
Yeah,
and they get treated like they're gay, and that sucks. Yep. And that's one of my major. That's one of my major things.
I went to high school with someone like that. Yeah, a very effeminate but straight as an arrow. And on the other hand, my ex, everybody assumed she was a dyke, mainly attitude. I mean, she did look quite feminine, but the way I guess she carried herself, everybody thought she was lesbian. It pissed her off to no end.
Yeah, mine is 8 times out of 10, the woman I'm attracted to turns out to be a lesbian. And my family, there's probably still members of my family that aren't sure I'm not gay. Because me is effeminate. I was like, at least you recognize that not all gay men are obviously gay men, but I'm not gay.
Yeah, my problem is the women I'm attracted to are either not lesbians or not interested. It's like
All right.
I told Matt earlier, everybody's anti and nobody's lover.
Yeah,
It gets annoying.
Diana, you and I should be living closer together so we can take advantage of each other's skills.
There you go.
But yeah, no, that's always been an issue for me. Like you shouldn't assume. To the point where I remember I worked with a guy, and somebody told me he was gay, and I was like, oh really? And they're like, you couldn't tell? And I was like, I don't assume. I've known too many people that you would assume were a certain way, and they just certainly weren't. You know what I mean? So I just don't make that. I let them tell me.
I would certainly never confront anyone with my suspicions, but my gaydar works. It's not as good as it used to be.
Oh, my gaydar is great. Ted Cruz is totally gay.
Yeah, no, I don't have any. Mike Pence, probably at least.
Yeah.
Oh, that would not surprise me at all.
No,
He's wearing ladies' underwear underneath his suit.
he's pretty, and he protests too much, and he is fully dependent upon his wife for his heterosexuality.
And Duke, we call that underdressing.
Yes, I like to take pictures of Mike Pence and gussy him up with makeup generators and tweet them at him.
He's a pretty guy. He's also pretty fucking psychotic.
Man,
Dude, but the cool thing about the makeup generators is they always add eyebrows. So like I've got a picture of him where he's like making like almost like a Popeye face, and then like the eyebrow shoots up one way. And I have totally tweeted that at him at some point or another.
He is God. He was
Mike. You would have made a sexy bitch, Mike.
one of the greatest things to happen to Indiana, and the worst things to happen to the country, is for that motherfucker to retire as my governor, so he could become the vice president.
Yeah.
Hey, Bible
Fuck
Bell.
you, motherfucker.
Hey, Bible Bell.
No chance he wasn't getting reelected. So there was no chance of voting for Hillary. Not to mention that Hillary in this state had been a 4-letter word for 16 fucking years before she ran for president.
Same in my state, or at least my area.
So
What were you trying to?
there's nobody that voted for Obama that was going to vote for Hillary while Pence was running.
Well, Bible Bell. What were you trying to say a second ago?
Oh, I was trying to say stuff like 5 minutes ago.
Oh, it wasn't 5 minutes ago. Go ahead.
Well,
No, maybe it was 10 minutes. I don't know. I mean, these
I
conversations
don't know.
get out of hand.
yeah, but I was just trying to say some stuff earlier when we were talking about like being skinny and shit. But I've just been naturally thin my entire life. Like last year, I was 5'11" and 6 feet and mid 150s, and then this year I'm 6'1" and mid 130s.
Jesus.
How old are you?
17.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
You've
Yeah,
sound,
there's some serious
you've been-
growth going on there.
sound like my ex's kids.
You've been naturally thin all your life. Give it another 20 years, buddy. See how that works out for you.
When the broad mind and narrow waist exchange places.
Yeah.
The damn thing with that is I didn't have the broad mind when I was young. I've actually become more progressive as I've aged. You didn't want to know me when I was 20. I was a registered Republican.
I was a Republican, but I was also a band fag, and I use that term quite confidently and without regret. That marching band was an important thing in my life when I was in high school, and weirdly enough, there were gay people in the marching band. And in my honors English classes, and in my high-level math classes, and virtually every other thing that I was involved in. So it was weird for me I didn't really see people. It was really disappointing when I learned that I had classmates that turned out to be homophobes. And I learned that courtesy of Facebook. It took that long for me to recognize that so many people were that repulsed by other people in my life that I thought we were all friends with.
Yeah, I had an autographed photograph of George W. Bush in a frame on my wall.
You're
Oh, my
good to
word.
me.
My dad, Mike Family, has a pencil autograph from Ronald Reagan from when he was an actor.
Oh, my word.
My dad got it from him when he was a kid.
Yeah, because he was doing his acting in the. It was close to post-war. I mean,
Well, yeah,
50s. Was he
most of it
into
was-
the 40s?
I don't know that he did anything in the 40s, but everything that I'm aware of was 50s until he ran for governor in 62 or whatever it was.
Yeah, I forget if it was 62, 64, but yeah, it was rather early in the 60s.
But
So,
yeah, while he was
wow.
an actor, like he was an absolute nobody actor, and I don't remember the story about how my grandparents and my dad came to be in the same place as him, or why they thought, well, here's a C-class celebrity, go ahead and get a. I mean, the autograph is in pencil, which kind of makes it priceless.
Yeah. You don't have very many of those going around.
Yeah, everybody gets them in Sharpies now, which but Ronald Reagan written with a sharp pencil, man, it's a cool fucking thing to have in the house.
Man, keep that
I don't
under
think much
glass.
of the guy, but it's a cool fucking thing to have in the house.
Yeah, I don't think very much of him at this point, but I'll tell you, I am ashamed of myself. I actually voted for him
I
twice.
would have. I was aware.
I would have voted for him back then. Back if I were what I was when I was younger. You know what I mean?
I would have voted for him the second time. I don't think I would have voted for him over Carter because I didn't see the problem with what Carter was doing. But then again, I was fucking 7 years old, so
I don't know. I think Carter was a disaster, but I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
Well, Jimmy Carter is a perfect example of the reason you don't learn the job of president on the job. And then the other thing was, he was a very, very good and very noble man, and that very likely contributed to his being a very bad president.
Yeah, you kind of have to have some sociopathic tendencies.
Well,
I
see,
think.
some of the reasons that I remember people gave him shit, and it was one of the big things that got Reagan elected, was that he canceled the B-1 bomber project. Which, how many times have those fucking things ever been flown? And we were paying $1 billion in 1970s money for those fucking things.
Yeah.
And I think the first time they flew in combat was Afghanistan.
Well, remember
about right.
that he replaced the B-1 bomber, which, by the way, was actually only $280 million, with the B-2 bomber, which was $2 billion.
Carter didn't do that. That wasn't
might
Carter.
be right about it being a different
Yeah,
president.
no, that wasn't Carter.
Now you got me thinking. I'm going to look that up.
The first stealth aircraft was Project Blue or whatever the fuck it was called, and that's where we got the whatever the B-12 or whatever that angular fucking thing is. That's
a vitamin.
You're thinking of the F-117.
That's
yeah,
the B-1 bomber was produced.
I just want to stop everything for a second and say, Faye jumping in and saying, "That's a vitamin." It's the fucking quote of the night.
Thank you so much for understanding.
Proceed.
The B-1 bomber was not canceled until 1988, and it was canceled
because it was resurrected by Reagan.
Yeah, you kind of have a point there when I'm looking at the date.
I do recall that it was that big of a deal that it was one of.
But the alternative was to keep flying B-52s, which couldn't do the high altitudes that B-1s could.
Right.
Except
I was such an asshole when I was a kid. I heard that Reagan was shot, and I was just a kid when he was shot, and I said to my grandmother, "Good." And she's like, "You're not supposed to say that about the president." And I said, "But I don't like him."
It's a great family story.
Faye speaks her mind.
Even when I was a fucking kid, I was an asshole. So
Well, I was an asshole because of my religion.
I can remember watching the Carter Reagan election at my grandma's house, and that leads me to wonder, what were my parents doing that night?
Well, the whole thing with the Carter, I actually voted against Carter in '76. I voted for Gerald Ford. That was the
him.
the first presidential election in which I voted. There's where my Republican affiliation dated, back to '76. So, like I say, I'm somewhat ashamed to say it, but there it is.
Yeah, that's a ballsy move, voting for the guy that just pardoned Nixon.
Shows you how fucked up I was back then. And I'm not gonna mince any words.
I'm the one who sat there and like, as an 11-year-old, found out about someone trying to kill someone and went, good. What kind of asshole was
There
I?
you go.
Yeah.
And then, of course, what you have to remember.
Out of it, Faye.
What?
What you have to remember too is back when I voted. Say again.
I can't understand anybody.
I said, Faye, it's not like you grew out of it.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Artie the assassin.
Now the darn thing, in voting for Ford, the other arm of that, if you will, the other piece of that is that his running mate was, drum roll,
Mondale?
Bob Dole.
Oh, that's right.
And I actually, for years, had his autograph.
I'm Bob Dole.
I actually met the man.
What does Bob Dole think? Bob Dole thinks he's a doofus.
Yeah, pretty much. And
Bob Dole thinks he should talk about Bob Dole in the third person a lot.
I have to admit, when I first heard about Banana Man, I thought they were talking about Bob Dole.
Bob Dole.
I hadn't heard of Ray Comfort.
Okay.
Like, we didn't follow any apologists because we weren't religious. So I'm sitting there on the internet hearing about Banana Man. I'm like, why are they talking about Dole? He's not relevant.
One of the most uncomfortable nights of my life. I was sitting with my aunt and my uncle, and I had freshly come out to them as an atheist, and they had a Ray Comfort DVD.
Oh no!
They wanted to watch, and I was like, "Look,"
oh Lord,
I said, "Look, I can give you a list of Christian apologists. If you know what I mean. Like, I know I'm not going to convince you. I'm not going to give you Hitchens and shit like that because it's not going to happen. But if you're going to listen to anybody, don't listen to this fucking doofus, please. Like, anybody but him."
I have tried to read Ray Comfort books. It's a pain.
God,
are there pictures?
Can't
I
imagine
read fucking government technical manuals for a living, and I can't read Ray Comfort's book.
Well, does he write?
I can explain to you the $5,000 toilet, and I can't understand Ray Comfort's logic.
Oh, that money all went to the Men in Black. We know that.
Oh, of course.
My towel.
You didn't really
And
think we
I
were paying
guess it was-
$5,000 for toilets, did you?
Oh, we pay more than that for toilets now.
Yeah, I think it was like $24,000.
That's
But it's actually for a good reason. It's so
Why?
that you don't pull their ass out.
What?
You need a special kind of a toilet when you're dealing with a submarine where everything's under pressure and they're trying to eject the shit into water that is greater than 1 atmosphere of pressure.
Yeah.
So you have to
Gates,
time
by
a
the
whole
way.
lot of effects so as to not pull a vacuum on somebody's asshole and pull their rectum out.
Did you hear about the German sub right at the end of the war, where the guy was the captain of the German sub who did his shit, and it was too smelly, and he had a problem with the thing, and he ended up sinking his own sub by not doing it correctly. And he was,
The bathroom.
That's hilarious.
Literally, he took a shit and sank his own.
She's
own
not
submarine.
entirely wrong. On earlier generation submarines and on most Russian submarines, you had to flush in you had a sequence of valves you had to open and close.
That makes sense.
I
And
know.
the multi-$1,000 toilet seat allows you to push one fucking button and flush without either sinking your submarine or ripping your rectum, your small intestine, large intestine, etc., out of your asshole.
I just want. I need to step in here for a second. I just need to say, rectum. It damn near killed him. Listen, it had to be said.
I don't
Yeah,
know why
no,
it looks like a raptor. I didn't touch her.
Rectory.
Hold on one second.
Okay, there's a thread killer right there.
No.
We're talking about paying thousands of dollars to resist the urge to rip somebody's ass out. That should be
anybody,
a thread killer.
Why would you
Did
resist
we,
that urge?
do any of you guys ever read Chuck Palahniuk?
What do you call it? Wait.
Who
Hold
the
on
fuck
one
he is?
second.
Chuck Palahniuk.
I don't know how to read.
I don't know how to read that name.
He wrote Fight Club. If you saw the movie Fight Club, he wrote the book Fight Club.
No,
I saw the movie. I did not.
I don't read fiction.
Oh, okay.
It was a U-1206 that sank during its maiden combat voyage after the captain used its high-tech toilet improperly.
Right. So what I was going to say about Chuck Palahniuk is he's got a book called Haunted, and he read an excerpt for Haunted. I think it was 126 times, and all of them somebody fainted because there's an excerpt from Haunted that's fucking awful. Now I heard about that, so I read the book, and after reading that excerpt, I was like, that's the most terrible thing I've ever read in my life. Like, I've never read anything worse than this, but I don't want to faint.
Yeah, it's
Right.
That's a little like the premise of
Wait.
The World's Deadliest Joke.
Wait for it. So, fast forward about 3 months, we rent the audio book. We're driving to Delaware in a U-Haul truck.
Oh, that
And we're
sounds like
listening to it. And that part comes up, and I had to pull over and put my head between my knees.
fun. What the hell was it about that passage that caused fainting?
I can't, without spoiling it, I can't tell you. You just got to read it. It's called Guts.
I don't feel like you can spoil it. I'm not narcoleptic. You're not going to get me halfway through it, and I'm just going to.
I read almost as little fiction as Artie does. And the current fiction I'm trying to read right now was written in the when the fuck did Dante write the Divine Comedy?
Yeah.
So all right, so Chuck Palahniuk, if you watch
long ago.
If you watch the Fight Club movie, the character of the movie is addicted to like self-help groups. So he goes to all these different self-help groups, right? Testicular cancer, whatever.
Oh, now I remember seeing the film. Okay.
So Chuck Palahniuk did that in real life, and that's where he got that idea from. But it's also where he got the idea for a lot of his writing, right? So he was in a Sex Addicts Anonymous group, and there was a guy that, as a teenager, liked to swim down to the bottom of his pool and put his butt against the suction of the pool and masturbate, because it was like sucking his butt and masturbating at the same time. Except one time it pulled his lower intestine, it pulled his intestines out of his asshole, and this is a regular thing. Like if you run pools, you have to regulate the flow of it because that can happen, right?
Hey, Lavender lady.
Yes, Mayor. Yes, dear.
You ever expect to hear not one, not two, but many, many, many mentions of internal organs being yanked out of assholes on your streams?
I never did design my streams with that in mind. I have to admit that. Yeah.
You're
So-
welcome.
Yes, you are welcome. Thank you. So-
Monetization, who needs it?
Who has a chitlins recipe they'd like to share?
So in the story,
my. That I
In the
cannot.
story-
We'll get back to chitlins. Okay.
in the story, the guy in the story is doing that, and his intestines get sucked out of his ass, but he doesn't realize it. He's going to swim up to the surface to get air, but he's stuck, and he can't figure out why he's stuck. And it takes him a little while to figure it out, and so he gnaws through his own intestine
Oh,
to get
Christ.
free.
Couldn't just pull his asshole up from the bottom.
No. Here's the
Oh
thing.
man.
Here's the thing. That's based on something that actually happened. Like
Oh,
he
shit.
based that story on a guy that he met at a sex addict thing who was missing a very large portion of his lower intestine because he did that. So
People that are thin
I mean, that is.
missing most of his lower intestine.
listen, I'm telling you right now, I don't know what it is about it. Like, rent the audiobook and listen to that passage.
What's the movie? It's some Eastern European country movie, the something movie, like the Czech movie or Slovak.
A Serbian film?
Yes, have you watched that?
Yes.
No.
No.
Don't.
I've heard of it.
No, you don't.
No, it's terrible. It's the most god awful film ever made. But I did watch it.
Worse than Plan 9 from Outer Space?
No, not like that. Like
No.
in a
The last 30 seconds will ruin your life going forward.
yeah, it's
Don't
awful.
worry, that's happened to me years ago.
No, it is
not
really
like
awful. It's really awful.
Yeah, literally, I mean this to everyone. I don't care if you're a teenager or you're 70 and you've been in battle. Do not watch that fucking movie.
Don't watch it.
In fact,
Yeah, but you know, that's just going to make those who haven't watched it want to go and watch it.
No.
Like, I just said that I haven't watched it. Now I want to go and
I'm
get this
telling
movie.
you,
Don't.
I need to know the name of this
I'm
movie
telling
so I
you
can go
somebody
and
who
watch
cares
it
about
because Artie
humanity.
told me not to.
It is
It's a Serbian film.
fucking horrifying
I
in a
would.
way that you
It's
are not
horrifying.
prepared.
The entire thing is horrifying. From start to finish, the entire thing is horrifying in a way.
I
It's-
know Duke Bonanza and S.J. Thomason. Nothing can be horrifying in
No,
comparison to that.
no.
No, you're wrong.
The lighthearted parts are about his drug addiction and his sex addiction that leads him away from the family that he obviously loves. Those are the light parts.
Okay, so the light parts are Artemis.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm waiting to hear the other shoe drop.
It's awful. I can't even it's one of those things where. All right, so this is probably about 10, 12 years ago, maybe more. It was touted as the one film that nobody ever makes it all the way through. That's what I said.
That was Two Girls in One Cup.
I made it all the way through that too. I made it all the way through that too. No.
You actually watched that shit?
Yeah, I did. All of it.
Literally.
So
Two Girls in One Cup? No,
yeah, the whole thing.
Really? You didn't watch it?
not all the way through. No, I didn't make it.
Oh,
I
damn,
did.
Artie.
I
just
would
said
have
fuck
made
it.
it through. I would have made it through the Serbian film if I'd known it ended like that.
It was awful. Serbian film was awful. It's awful. It's terrible.
Oh my.
It leaves you contemplating things that shouldn't cross your mind.
I'm still not hearing how it's
So
worse than
probably-
Master Apologist.
Probably stuff.
I'm genuinely trying to impress upon you that I am a person that can stomach a lot of shit, and that is not a thing that I wish for you to see.
But I'll put it like this. Puff. I have now debated Master Apologist. A Serbian film is worse.
Yeah,
Can you give us a hint?
it is haunting.
Haunting.
The end is the end is actually appropriate, and it still makes you want to throw up. And I'm not kidding that it makes you want to throw up.
It
And
makes you want to be physically ill.
it's an appropriate ending. It almost makes everything that happened, make the thing that just happened okay, because it ends
It's
like this.
Will
Do they-
this bother me as much
Do they
if I'm
eat
watching this as a
somebody?
critic?
no, it's worse.
It's
So
it's
it's
kind of
worse than that.
It's not as bad as watching somebody get eaten alive, but it's right fucking up there.
Mm.
Yeah.
So it's
I
at
guess
least
I'll put it
5
like
steps
this.
above
as a
Andrew
film critic.
Stratowick's.
I lost
Would-
about 3 nights sleep over that movie.
I thought about it for months. It literally
Yeah.
So 2 steps above
What's it called?
above Red Pill Religion.
The Serbian film.
I promise you right now, there is
Finding it
nothing
now.
there is nothing about Red Pill Religion that is anywhere near as bad as that film. That film
You said it
is
only
a
cost you
mind
2 nights sleep.
fuck. It cost me 2 nights sleep, and then like Artie said, it came back to me over and over again.
just
Like,
fucking haunts you. It forces you to think about shit that just the fact that those things are even possible.
Oh,
and
I thought
they
the ending
likely
thing-
happen.
It's
Oh my.
horrifying.
Okay, number one, Mark Caesar would like to have a link to the book that you guys were talking about earlier.
What book? Haunted?
The
Yeah, I think that's
is that
Chuck
the one?
Palahniuk Haunted.
Yeah.
Chuck Palahniuk
Okay.
Haunted.
And Purple, Iowan is missing all the butt stuff because he's asleep.
yeah.
He's not even asleep.
He's doing
He
I
can't
just
be asleep.
literally
He just
right now
accepted me as a
discovered-
friend on Pokemon Go.
Yeah, he's chit chatting on the goddamn Twitters, the
Did he?
motherfucker.
Oh man, Matt, come
He's probably lying in
on.
bed.
Don't lie!
You know.
The last IM I have from him is 50 seconds ago.
Matt, you horrible person.
Such a liar.
Yeah. Pounded
just
in
said-
the butt by Matt, who is not asleep, but that's okay.
Got 7 jokes I want to make that I'm not gonna.
Watch out, you got to keep the receipts.
That's one of them.
I thought it was recipes these days, or am I bringing up too much things related to drama?
We're going into territory
Oh,
that we
man.
might just as well avoid.
Let's just avoid the shit territory. We got into the shit territory last time. Let's just talk about fucking horrible shit.
Yeah, let's
You
talk about
mean so we don't want to talk about shit, but we're okay talking about large intestines being ripped out your anus.
Yes, exactly.
I'm glad we have these standards established.
That's where the
Good.
line is.
Hi, Christy. Hello.
And Nate, I appreciate you going to the effort of pointing out that there is, in fact, a line.
Wait a minute, what's going on here? Who did?
Just establishing what we will and won't talk about. Shit.
Okay.
Not going to talk about shit. Dismemberment and
Interesting.
trail removal via the. That's okay.
Okay.
The line's right here, but the scale might be a little fucked.
Oh, boy, moi. Yeah, that's perfectly legal Slovak, by the way. So,
It's all Polish to me.
okay.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I saw the end.
Watch out.
Oh, did you watch just the end though?
No. I watched 6 minutes and 30 seconds of it.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
Okay, well, no,
It builds, man. It builds.
no, it's but she's seen enough to know that the fact that there's an emotional attachment to everyone in that last scene. They are the protagonists. You feel for all of them. That's what builds through the movie. So the fact that she's just watched the last 6 minutes and kind of can be detached from that, she'll live. But yeah, that is the thing that nobody should fucking see happen.
Oh, that was absolutely horrifying. It reminds me of a lot of the true crime I read.
Yeah,
The entire thing is horrifying from beginning to end. It's horrifying.
That's not a concept I would encourage anyone to expose themselves to.
I was okay until the blackmailing director guy started feeding him the other shit.
Yeah.
Because once he started substituting his cocaine or whatever the fuck he was shooting him with the other concoction.
What was he doing? Shooting with a crocodile?
It was God, I can't remember what it was, but it was
fentanyl.
Yeah, it was seminal fluid from a bull, but it was worse than that. It was like enraged seminal fluid from a bull.
It was awful.
Yeah, I've heard some nasty shit about.
It's not a thing. It's not a thing to watch.
Not if you don't want emotional scars.
Yeah, you're going to be left dealing with having watched that. That's what I can say about it.
Yeah,
and it's going to stick with you more than a meal.
It's rough. It's a rough watch. Like I said, I watched it because I was going through a phase where it was just like, I'll watch whatever, I don't care.
Yeah, I watched 3 teenage sons of my ex that felt like they were doing the same thing, and only one of them, and it was the one that knew about the movie, had already watched it, made it to the end.
Oh,
and then
he and
I had a chat.
You want to name that film? Inquiring minds want to know.
The Serbian film.
The Serbian film. Thank you.
It's you've been warned.
Yeah.
I definitely don't recommend it. No, and I watched it without sound and only subtitles.
Oh,
and I'm
Jesus.
glad.
Yeah.
I didn't get the full effect, and
yeah.
I don't want to.
Oh God, that I can't imagine how much that changes it because it's horrifying.
It is horrifying. It is absolutely just.
So
that's a necessary
what sort of
filter.
Maybe thriller, I suppose. I'm just trying to think what genre would it be under?
Torture porn. Torture porn.
Crime against humanity.
Yeah.
Torture porn.
Oh, look, I do have it. I had it all along. Oh, how about that? In that case, I have seen it. And it's so not memorable for me that I don't even fucking remember it.
Okay, then I can't believe that you've actually seen it, because...
Yeah.
I've seen some fucked up shit, dude.
I believe
I would troll the internet for the most gory movies made.
I believe that's true.
I've
I
got
just
it.
think that this is...
It's not the gore that's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the
concept. It's the concept of it. It's mind-bogglingly nihilistic. It's so god awful that you can't even.
It is literally a you wished for their death situation.
Yeah, it's just a god awful thing.
Well, okay. So the question I had before, when I was trying to ask, was as somebody that watches movies as a film critic standpoint, will this actually still have the same effect, or will I just still get to the end of the movie and analyze it as a movie? Will it be able to engross me?
If as I step away from it, it is a really well told story, because you do get very invested. You can't help, because you feel like surely he's going to pull himself out of this and realize that he has to protect his family.
See,
I blocked some of it out. I blocked some of it out. I don't even remember all the scenes. Like, I watched through it.
Oh, I don't remember the scenes. I remember the last 6 minutes.
Kate, in case you want to jump in, check your DM. Or if you don't want to jump in, that's okay too.
You know, whatever.
And now you got me thinking. Maybe I can't remember it.
Get in the house so the alarm could be set.
Yeah, buddy. I feel like either you're
hang on.
What's happening? Something weird's happening.
What is going on?
I have no idea.
Kate was fighting with somebody.
Kate's got a cat problem.
Hey, Kate.
Hello.
Kate. Is there a cat about to be set on fire?
No, I just needed to get my camera up. I didn't have it set up.
Oh, okay, I got you. How you doing? How you doing?
Well, you know what?
Hi.
I totally spaced and did not turn off the audio actually on YouTube.
Oh, I do that all the time.
Happens to the best of us.
I was so confused. I was like hearing all these double what the hell's going on, and yeah.
More importantly, the way you raise the stakes on the damn peanut butter debate.
Oh man. Well, I
Holy
asked
fuck.
them if it was okay. I asked them and they said sure, go ahead. I'm not sure they knew what I had planned.
Yeah, they forgot that you're an animator.
Mm-hmm. And a sci-fi nut.
No, the
that was
GoBot.
an amazing
You
video.
did a very good job. I like that very much.
Hell
Thank you.
yes.
Kate, it's so good to see you. I haven't seen you or talked to you since the thing, and I had friends that you have that you didn't know that you had, concerned about the way things had gone down before you actually had the surgery, and then how what a relief it was to actually have it come back together so quickly after all that I went through it took to get it put together in the first place, and then to have you come out of it, and I'm so happy to see your face.
Well, here's the thing,
Oh,
though,
excited.
is my neurosurgeon, or not, sorry, my neurologist, not my neurosurgeon, said that I have to wait another 6 months before I can start eating the food I haven't been allowed to eat yet.
Oh no!
6 months. I've been saving a fun-sized Milky Way bar since Halloween, and I haven't had a curry in 10 frickin' years. So another 6 months, that's hard to wait. I need my fix.
I feel like you
know?
can do it though. It's been 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can make it. You're a GoBot. It'll be okay.
Hush you. I'm a transformer if I'm anything. No, but also, though, in 6 months, I'm allowed to drive as long as I've been seizure-free the whole time. And I'm thinking about getting one of those motor scooters. Not the sort you stand on, the one that sort of looks like a motorcycle, except motorcyclists would punch you and call you a bitch if you told them it was one.
I'm just going to say I fucking hate that rule.
But one thing that's interesting, and please don't ask me what it is because I know someone will gank it out from under me if I do, but the license plate, the vanity license plate, custom license plate that I want is still available. Yes. So if 6 months go by, I can totally get it, and I totally will.
Okay then.
Pounded in the butt by your motor scooter by Chuck Tingle.
Oh my god.
Have you been introduced to that one yet, Kate?
I have no idea what you
Chuck
people just said
Tingle.
to me.
Chuck Tingle
There
is
is.
a very interesting author.
Yes.
Who is? Wait, sorry. Who is? Give me the name again.
Chuck
I shall write it in
Tingle.
the chat there for you
Chuck Tingle. Okay.
in the Hangouts.
This is not a
You look
name
at-
with which I'm familiar, although it sounds kind of porny. Either that or
Oh.
flamingly gay, one or the other. And
Okay.
maybe
Let's be both.
or all three.
It's both.
All three is
Okay.
actually appropriate.
He
as well.
allegedly writes
There is-
niche gay porn.
I see.
And,
I have a
the
feeling I will not
titles
be
are
interested.
amazing.
In fact, I have a feeling that I will be as not interested as a person can possibly get without being religious.
We were
Let's
going
be
over some of
honest.
the.
Once they start getting religious, they start getting more interested again.
Yeah.
Well, there is that. But, I mean, seriously, like, if it's all male gay porn, you're talking to the wrong chick here.
Oh no, it's not male. It's not male. It's not male.
It's
I don't think
craziness.
the actual content of the books are
Titles
that
are
important.
funny.
But a name like
Yeah, it's
Chuck
more
Tingle
of
makes
a-
me think it's a dude. I'm just saying.
It's a dude. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so one is Space Raptor Butt Invasion. Right.
The titles of his books are really what the whole thing is about. They are so hilarious.
Taken by the Gay Unicorn Biker by Chuck Tingle.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
And then you got Shannon Q, who looked up a video of Chuck Tingle allegedly reading one of his own books. It was Stream of Consciousness on Acid.
Uh-huh. Now, wait a minute. Was that the title or was that the experience of watching it?
That was the experience of watching it.
Okay.
The guy, he was like,
Wasn't
whoa!
unsure about that too.
Well, I mean, even if this is a recommendation, I just discovered that if you have a Kindle, there is a double-wide buttload of free sci-fi on Amazon. So I've been giving a lot of those things a try. So my reading list is already pretty full.
Okay.
And also, though, most of that free sci-fi is really, really bad. But I've found a few gems, and I'm also in the middle of The Crucible of Time, if you're familiar with that one. So, yeah,
Sounds
I might get
familiar.
to Chuck Tingle in a year or two.
No,
Chuck
Okay.
Tingle has a title that says "Pounded in the Butt by My Own Butt" by Chuck Tingle.
What about What
Okay.
about no, these are all about the titles. So Pounded in the Butt by my book, 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 Pounded in the Butt by my own butt.
What, that's the whole book? Or is that the
That
whole
was the
title?
That's the title.
I
the whole
see.
title.
Because it sounded like a really horrific rap song.
yeah,
Pounded in the butt by my
these-
book. Pounded in the butt by my book. You know, it's like I can totally see some parody gangster rapper doing that.
I can
These are sort
totally,
of
I
short
can totally
stories
think
that
they're not
published
just doing it.
a couple days ago.
And then there were a couple more that he wrote. As a matter of fact, the last two on the Wikipedia list that he had written within a week, within the last week, I think. One of them is not pounded in the butt by my own butt, and that's okay. And the next one is not pounded in the butt by, not pounded in the butt, and that's okay, and that's okay.
Hmm.
This is Chuck Tingle.
yeah.
see.
It's all about the
Wordsmith.
titles. It's not about the books.
I see.
And you can blame Jen with one N for introducing us to that. It was a whoa.
Basically, if you're ever having a bad day and you want to just read something ridiculous, you just look at one of his movie titles and it'll give you a giggle. That's all it's about.
I thought you were going to say Jen with one N.
I thought she did.
I did.
No, for the thing to see for the day that would make you laugh.
Oh.
That's
Okay.
true. She is very funny.
She's prolific.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, speaking of which, now that I've finally, it took me 2 weeks to finish that peanut butter thing. Now that it's done and out there, I got to start doing my regular vids again because people have been asking. So, I mean, prolific, I have not been this month. Although apparently talking like Yoda, I am. Anyway, so, yeah.
The more Yoda we get, the more Latin it sounds.
Okay. Actually, I've been teaching myself Klingon. There's a website that like teaches it to you, and I've gotten to something crazy like level 5. I'm on this 28-day streak of like doing lessons constantly, and it's been interesting, but I'm not very good at it yet.
Do you speak any other languages? Can you get any gist of what it's based on? Like, is it Latin?
I don't think it's actually based on any other language. It was designed by a linguist, and I kind of want to punch him for the way pronouns work because there is so much to memorize. There's this big grid of like, if it's you talking to someone else, if it's you talking to multiple people, if it's you talking about a person, place, or thing, but not addressing that. It's just this whole thing. And then it's like, well, if I'm with other people, now the plural is us with all of those other categories. And it's just like, my goodness, what were you thinking, dude? And they all sound alike. So it is so hard to memorize them. It's like, but
Now, I have to ask, would this be
Yeah.
the Klingon Language Institute?
no, it's a website called Duolingo.
Oh, the one with Learn Klingon in just 5 minutes a day.
That's the one.
Okay, I've got to go there and have a look at it eventually because you're making it sound really, really interesting.
It is
Um,
interesting. The only thing I don't like about it, apparently with the other languages that they teach on that site, it teaches you how to speak them verbally as well as teaching you the language. So it'll actually like put up, say, Japanese or Spanish up on the screen and say, speak this into your microphone. But it doesn't have that with Klingon. It might eventually because it does say in beta, but I don't know.
Okay.
Is German one of the languages that they teach?
Oh, probably. There's like dozens.
I'm just wondering why it would have been so much more difficult to do Klingon than like other good
Whoa.
languages.
I've never tried German, but given
It's
how
not bad.
they
a
can
lot of
have one word that's 15, 17 syllables, you
Oh,
know.
German is fun. I love German. I truly, truly love German.
There's a lot of
That's how I look at it. I love it. I love
a lot of
language. I'm not good at
fricative
it.
and phlegm in German.
It sounds in many cases kind of like Yiddish to me, but honestly, I'd
Well,
be a
actually,
lot
it's the
more
other way
interested.
around.
Well, but I mean, I'd be a lot more interested in
That
German
was
if
true.
it didn't have like 3 noun genders. And who the hell thought up noun gender in the first place? Like I took a little bit of Spanish and I'm going, what is the point? It adds nothing to communication. In fact, it makes it worse. Why did you people do this shit?
That was one
I
of the
don't know. It's an old concept.
That's one of the reasons that I asked, because the gendering of nouns is one of the things that I was curious about, that whether or not that existed, because it's so stupid and otherwise
It makes it
English is
so
really
difficult to
bad.
learn a language.
But
The only thing that relates to this in any way with Klingon is that the word for woman and the word for not or no are both the same, right? Like woman is be'e. And if you want to say something isn't that, you say word be'e, right? And so it's kind of, misogynistic, just smidge.
it is Klingon.
Yeah. So it does make sense, but at the same time,
It should be true to the culture from which it is spawned.
yeah, but as I say, that's the only case that I've found where the language has superfluous gendering in it.
It's equally stupid in every language, but I think it's great that exists in Klingon.
Well, it's one of the reasons I love Japanese. It's one of the simplest languages I've ever encountered. Like all of the different verb tenses and like prefixes and suffixes and all that stuff. It's so easy and precise. I start to think, looking at the language, this is why the Japanese are so damn good at programming. Right? Because their language is almost a computer language. It really is. It's like you could program in it. It's beautiful. I love it.
Well, now I have to look into Japanese as well.
Eh?
I love languages, period. Now, I never had a problem with the gendered nouns as far as learning German, but maybe I'm weird. Okay?
Well, we knew that.
I was going to say you could probably be a good...
gendered nouns are just silly. What gender is a noodle?
Right. Well, and then there's
I
things
forget.
where it makes absolutely no sense, where it's like something that we might naturally associate with masculinity. I don't know, a chainsaw or something, a flamethrower will be feminine. And it's like,
yeah.
why?
In German, doors are feminine, tables are masculine, windows are neuter.
It's so random and
it's absolutely random. There's no rhyme, no reason to it at all.
It's weird to say that it is objectively random, but that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because that was one of the first things I had just a problem with getting my brain around, and in general I still do when I'm trying to learn another language. And I think that's why I've never been able to get any other language down, is because of that. Those complexities that I just can't get my head around.
Well, I've been tempted sometimes to try to learn Swedish simply because my favorite band is Swedish. While they don't sing in the language, some of the like independent stuff they've done and some of the stuff like from the band that Per Gessle, for example, was in before Roxette, they sang entirely in Swedish. And I have no idea what the frick those lyrics mean. So I've been tempted, but at the same time, it kind of feels like a waste when I've got Japanese and Klingon to learn.
Yes.
Besides, as I understand it, Swedish is Germanic, so it probably has all that noun gendering. So,
Well, a whole bunch of languages do. I mean, the Romance languages have the noun gendering, but they have, for the most part, 2 genders rather than 3. Like Spanish and French.
Well, but German is the third is more of a gender rather than a third gender.
It's neuter. The 3 genders in German are masculine, feminine, and neuter.
Yeah.
Which means it's been castrated, we know.
Pretty much. the one thing I love about German,
French.
I really, really, really love the fact that German is heavily inflected, which means that
A lot of fun.
the articles for the nouns, like okay, you could say in English, the boy threw the ball. Now, auf Deutsch, that would be der Junge warf den Ball. Okay, der Junge, der is the, but it's the for the masculine gender.
Yeah, like L or La.
Yeah, and then
Right.
den Ball, the ball is also masculine, but it's not der Ball. It is den Ball because the case is accusative.
I think ball.
So you've got the nominative case, you've got the accusative case, and what this does for you is opens up word order. You can tear that sentence apart word by word, throw it into a garbage can and pull it out, random order, and put it together in random order, and it still makes sense. If you wanted to emphasize that it was the ball that the boy threw, rather than say what?
I said, when is that really useful?
It's not really. It's not going to make you dinner or anything, but it's just beautiful. No, I mean seriously. If you wanted to emphasize that the boy threw the ball and not the piano, you could say den Ball warf der Junge. Now, if you transliterate that into English, word for word, it is the ball threw the boy, and you're saying what? But in German, it makes all the sense in the world. It still means the boy threw the ball.
So what if you had like two German people who were taking judo, and one of them was like, "I threw you." No, you threw I. Or how do you do that?
Yeah, that's well, okay. That particular sentence is a lot like English, because the accusative for I in English is me. In German, it's mich. So sie warfen mich. You throw me. Might be. There might be some idiomatic thing going on in there too, which I don't remember because, unfortunately, it's been 40 years since I've been able to speak German on a regular basis with someone who also spoke German. One of my coworkers spoke German while growing up. He spoke German at home, even though he grew up in the United States. The man's name was Helmut Neubecker, so you knew he was Irish. You know, one of those deals. And we were back to back in the cubicle, and the vice president would come by, and it's like, "All right, you two, speak English. I want to know if you're plotting against me." You know, and everybody's having a laugh about it. But
well, you know, one thing that it's weird. I'm not sure if I feel guilty, ashamed, or whatever. But you know, I've been playing that VR game called Spark.
Spark.
Right?
Did you mention that game? Did you mention that game during the interview, or was that someone else?
I know I said that.
Oh, you did. Okay.
But the thing is that people play that who are not from the United States, like at all, but most of them speak English. That's the thing. Is like if you start blathering at any of them, they will stop blathering in their Moonman language and speak English at you, right? And I'm sitting here thinking, like, the rest of the world knows our language. It's only fair if we learn some of their languages too.
Absolutely.
But I've also heard that English is well on its way to becoming the language of humanity.
That's
been
the thing for a long time. Most of the English, not because of America, but we were talking about
it's called England.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, and English is becoming English is becoming what French once was.
Sorry,
I mean, when you hear the term lingua franca, where do you think that came from?
Yeah, let's not get carried away with what English is, because it's mostly French.
Yeah, really, when you come down to it.
Yeah. It's
hey guys,
it's fucking French.
Hey guys, I love you. I have to check out.
Too.
Oh, catch you in the plate.
Okay.
Don't get run over.
Yeah, Dookie.
Considering the first thing in the common tongue in the UK was German.
Right on. You guys have a great night.
Good
night. Night, sweetie. Be good.
Why?
Yeah, we've had a few people drop off.
Why what?
Be good.
Ah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just
Oh, because sometimes there's a reason.
Oh,
it's like be good and have fun. I know they're mutually exclusive. Do the best you can.
Right.
You
You
know.
don't have to be great. You don't have to impress anyone. Just, be good.
well, I can't help that. I just do it naturally.
Be your most goodliest.
Yes.
Right.
Well, it's not that I'm great or anything. I simply grate on people's nerves.
There
That's
you go.
you're so metallic.
Yeah. Okay. What have we
You're the-
got
you're
here?
You're the
Oh,
part of the cheese thingy that you scrape the cheese against, and then you have to find something
Cheese
that's
grater.
more like a cheese, more like the spiky thing.
It's a cheese grater.
Like you have to you got to use like a wire brush to clean a cheese grater.
Yeah.
You're more
Well,
like
I mean,
I'm
there's
so
this
lost.
meme where they have what looks like a roll of toilet paper, but it's clearly a cheese grater, and it says "still more pleasant than speaking with a theist."
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
But anyway, I was talking about Spark. That's my character on Spark. So yeah.
I don't know
Your
Spark,
character
but-
on Spark is a cheese grater?
No, the picture.
Yeah, okay.
Douchebag. No, so yeah.
Uh,
Hi Neil, why are
Welcome,
you
buddy.
awake?
I will light you on fire.
Woo! Promise?
Wow.
Mhm. But yeah, so that's part of what I've been talking about. But anyway, go on.
Neil, you never
Hey
made me
Neil,
look so
check your
bright.
DM.
What?
I said you've never made me look so
There you
bright.
are. There you are.
I'm gonna go
What
ahead
would
and
I
throw it
do?
over here on this thing to my right.
Oh, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning
No, it's not.
for me.
Yeah.
Well,
of course
yes,
not.
but
It's
you're
like
not the
4.
one who matters.
Yeah, I gotta get up and go buy an illicit narcotic tomorrow.
Oh, yay.
I have to take someone for a blood test in the morning, so.
Yeah, actually, that's something I have to do for myself soon. My neurologist really wants me to get one done. So
That's it.
Yeah, that's 3 of us that have to get the blood tests done. I got a call from my doctor. I guess it's yesterday now. Before the interviews, yeah, we got your blood work back. It indicates that your kidneys are failing. We want you to get the test done again. It's like, oh, okay, fine, no problem.
Diana, I wanted to mention this like 30, 45 minutes ago. That we're talking about aging and doctors, and I wanted to mention that the last time that I went to get a general checkup, I since I was 30, I have dropped an inch and a half.
In height.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Yes.
yeah. No,
Oh, I
I'm
know
not
the
giving up
feeling.
an inch and a half for anybody else. Just gravity.
Right. No, I've lost an inch. I'm 5'8" now. I used to be 5'9".
That's weird.
I had watched some shit about what you can expect to lose in height over age because of the compression of your spine, and then I realized what I had done for a living for 26 years, and I was probably going to end up considerably shorter than I thought. Yeah, I was the first person in my family to actually get to 6 feet, and now I'm 5'10".
But what did you used to do?
I was a landscape installer.
Oh, okay.
I've always wanted to know
Real
how it
wheelbarrows
was
would
that
shrink a motherfucker.
I've always
What's
wanted
that?
to know how you went about installing landscapes.
What's the starting point you have in your head?
A shovel.
I'm
Yeah.
imagining
Well, no. What
this is a-
am I looking at?
No, you said you were-
landscaping
You
on.
You said you were a
trees,
landscape installer, so I just thought I
create
would.
the mountains,
The
the lake
if there was
there.
a house on the property,
Are
I
you
would
sure?
install
Are you sure it
drainage.
wasn't a Netscape installer?
Yeah, no, I'm quite
Now
certain.
that would be
It's a whole other back injury.
mm,
Well,
oh shit! You talk about that.
sorry.
I remember Mosaic.
I'm gonna break in here for a sec, please, 'cause I'm gonna get out of here. So I want to say goodbye.
Oh,
Thank you very, very much for having me on. It's
Well,
always nice to
thank you
chat
for
to you.
being
Sorry.
here, my
Oh,
dear.
no,
Neil, I know
we
you
were,
just popped in, man.
wait a minute, we were completely honest with you. We weren't having you on.
What are you gonna do? Go pretend to work now? It's
Fuck you. It's too good. I love it. All right. You have fun. Thank you. And I'm not pretending to work. I am going to eat something because I am fucking hungry.
Natcha, at your size, you should fucking eat something for me too.
Yeah, man, I'm teeny tiny skinny. I need to eat like constantly. If I was rich, man, I would just be 24/7 feeding my face.
I wish
See, that was me in my teens. Is
wish
like
the
people
vegetables ate
accused me of being anorexic or bulimic all the time. I'm like, dude, you saw me eat a cheeseburger the size of my own head, and we were together for hours. I did not throw that shit up. I just have a metabolism like a blast furnace. Now that's less so now, but with a certain amount of irregular exercise, I can keep from becoming all chubby.
Yeah,
Regular
Lucky.
exercise.
Nutshell,
I have to go.
Much love, peeps. See ya.
Well,
we're chasing everybody away here.
Good night.
Night,
Have fun.
honey. You be good or something.
Hey, Faye.
Wonder when "have fun" became my traditional farewell. I like that. I don't remember making a decision for that. It just sort of happened.
That's a favorite auf Deutsch. Mach Spaß. Is have fun.
Of course, lately I've been adopting the farewell that George Carlin said he says is "don't get run over." So, yeah.
I miss him. I really do.
I got to see him before he died and before I died.
Yeah, me too. I got to see him
had-
before you died.
I had wanted to see him first time at uni. There was a group of about half dozen of us that wanted to rent a car and go to West Virginia because he was appearing somewhere in West Virginia. Why in West Virginia? I have no freaking idea, but that's where he was. And unfortunately, because we were under 21, we could not rent a car, and that really pissed us all off. So that's my story of not seeing George Carlin.
I was really excited. I got to see Bill Cosby in 1987 when I was a freshman at IU. You know, before everyone knew what he'd been doing for the previous 25 years. At that point,
well, whenever someone says uni and they mean university, all I can think of is the unicorn in the Dungeons and Dragons cartoon.
Okay,
Named
there we
Uni.
go. There we go.
That's all I can think of every time someone says that.
I'll adopt a lot of English expressions, but uni isn't one of them I'm comfortable with.
I've
I don't know
adopted a
why.
few.
I don't know why, but I kind of want to punch someone when they call it the telly. It just, for some reason, I don't know.
An American calling it the telly?
No, anybody.
Oh, okay. Well, if it's an American, you should slap them either in the throat or neck. That's I feel like that's a moral imperative for an American that calls it that.
Yeah. Or an American who spells things with that superfluous U that we don't need.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Just picking on Canadians now.
Although, you know, it's funny.
No.
I actually looked
You're not
it
an
up.
American.
Why...
You're a fucking Canadian. You're allowed to do it. We're talking about Americans.
I looked up why we
There's
don't
an-
have that U anymore, and it turns out it's because of newspapers. Like they said, you know, if we don't have that U in there, we can save a lot of money on ink and paper.
Yeah, I think. I thought most of the truncations of words came via telegraph, but newspaper makes much sense.
Maybe. I don't know. That's what the article I read said. So.
Yeah, and I'm probably basing it on a Bill Bryson book, so I don't know.
Oh my! Well,
but our newspapers aren't even as thick as your guys' newspapers.
I tell you, I am amazed that print newspapers are still around.
I am impressed. I almost want to start buying one.
Yeah.
Even though I just know I'm going to use them to fill my recycling.
Well, I have to admit, the only reason I ever read like wood pulp newspapers was for the comic section.
Oh well, that too.
For the
yes,
yeah.
especially the Sunday papers where you had that wonderful comic section in color, and yeah, you could sit up in bed and you and your person read that, all morning. And
I was genuinely spoiled in college because Indiana University has well, I'm not even sure it's still called the Ernie Pyle School of Journalism, but really good journalism school.
yes,
And we had a really good student paper. And shortly before I graduated, it started to turn really left. And I fought back against some of that because at the time I was still a Reagan Republican.
I'm not sure you're allowed to know me anymore.
I must forget the Kate. I can only now call you Bionic.
I'll just sit here and keep my mouth shut. That's all.
Yeah.
Actually, the truth is, I did just lose like a very long-term friendship because I was told, "Oh, I support Trump." And I'm like, "Really? Really?"
Yeah,
And we got into a big argument over it, and now we're not friends anymore. So what you gonna do?
Yeah, I lost a friend that way. A childhood friend with whom I had recently reconnected, and then the election intervened, and yeah, I'm a Trump supporter, and I went on a tirade, and it's like, well, we can't be friends anymore. I said, okay.
Well, I mean, and it didn't seem to matter how many times I pointed out the ways in which a Trump presidency will screw over everybody and myself in particular. And I was like, yeah, well, but you used to argue against Hillary. I'm like, yeah, because Hillary would have been bad too. We needed a real president. And well, that didn't get me anywhere either. Such a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
Pounded in the butt by unsatisfactory presidential
that.
candidates. Oh no! Oh, for the love of Saint Gulik!
Didn't we do this for like hours yesterday?
Yes, we did. Actually, I went back over it. I downloaded the live stream, and I was going to cut that part out and upload it as its own standalone thing. It's only about a half an hour. It felt a lot longer than that. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but I don't know, or maybe the download cut it short, but it didn't look like it.
Did anybody else watch a video today that was an hour and 27 minutes long?
No.
Okay.
Are you talking about the video I think you're talking about?
Yes, because you're the only person here that I know watched at least part of that video.
Yes, I know that you watched, and I actually made a comment on that film as well. Yeah, it's like, why am I here watching this film?
What are we talking
Have
about?
I nothing better to do? Pardon me?
What are we talking about?
Anti-Ordinaries. Fucking. I'm not going to talk about this drama for the next hour and a half.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Okay, I'm lost, but all right.
Do you remember from about half a year ago?
It was March.
When there was March, when there was an argument between Demi and Staggers and Jags about whether the moon rotates or not?
I actually don't know either of those people.
You know Demi.
Do I? Oh, wait, Demi is anti-ordinary.
You've worked with her. Yeah.
Right, okay.
Anti-Ordinary.
Sorry, I sometimes I don't actually know people's meat space names and just know them online.
Okay.
And Staggers and Jags, you've been in streams with.
Yeah, he's a rather
at least
nicely freaky.
He's a ginger. I don't know how else to describe him.
Okay, well, I'm sure if I saw a picture, I'd be like, oh, that one.
He's a friend of mine. He said some stupid shit about he comes from a background of him searching through a whole bunch of woo to get to where he is today.
Mm-hmm.
That's his background. He's
okay.
He's gone through stupid religions and stupid crystal shit and stupid. He's gone through all the stupid, and there are remnants of that. And 6 fucking months ago, I was involved in a conversation with him on a live stream where he made a comment about the moon doesn't spin on its own axis. And because he has been a friend of mine for a long time, I made one comment and I said, Just imagine yourself over the moon and watching what goes on around the moon. Is the moon spinning from that perspective? And he kind of lit back at me. He kind of sniped. So I knew to let it go. But that was the beginning of all of this. He didn't quite grasp how the moon thing worked, and he fucked off a whole bunch of people in the process. But it was fucking months ago.
I got to admit, I never really gave it much thought whether the moon actually rotates. I mean, I imagine it would have to, but at the same time, it's always facing the Earth from the same. I'm trying to picture how that works.
That's why I said picture it from over the pole of the moon.
Yeah, it's really, really counterintuitive, but if the moon did not rotate on its axis, we would see all sides as it revolved around the Earth.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That totally makes sense. Now that you say it, that totally makes sense. Yes, the moon fucking rotates.
It has to be spinning in order for us to only ever see one side of it.
Yes. Okay. So what was this drama that prompted an hour-and-a-half video that said I'm not going to participate in this drama? How do you do that?
Well, Demi and Jags got into an argument over it, and neither of them will let it go. You know, neither of them will say it isn't worth it.
That's not true.
Okay.
Jags let it go. Jags' cathartic moment was writing this fucking song and posting it on SoundCloud in March called Llama Drama. And he can't sing, but he can play guitar, and it's a clever song, and it's funny.
It is. I've heard it.
And she found it.
Okay.
5 months after
she's reacting.
He posted it,
and she's reacting to it as if he did it yesterday.
Okay, real quick.
Yes,
is there a reason that it's called llama drama other than the rhyme? Is there something about Demi I don't know that has to do with llamas?
Okay, well, no.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, because my comment is that what I was hoping that somebody would have done, because I ended up getting dragged into this horse shit. But
okay.
I will admit,
a lot of people were.
Point, I wish that somebody would put Beaker's nose down to his shoulders, just the part, and then the rest of her on top of it, because she does have a lot of neck.
Yeah. I'll admit there have been times I've looked at her and thought, wow, aliens do breed with humans. But, you know.
A lot of neck.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, if I remember right, the reason I'm not subscribed to her is that she does really, really, really long-ass videos, right?
Probably more to the point is that she doesn't make good arguments. She's not extraordinarily bright. She holds correct opinions for bad reasons.
Well, I mean, regardless of that, because I don't think I've watched any of her videos. I remember surfing to her channel after I met her, looking at the length of each of those videos, and I'm like, no fucking way. I mean, honestly, if a video is longer than a half hour, I don't really want to watch it, and I prefer them closer to 10 or 15 minutes.
I was just about to say, I think her shortest video is probably like 35 minutes, but I've not watched a shitload of her stuff either, because
I've marveled.
I never thought much of her to begin with.
Okay, no, I have marveled at how she can do that unscripted. I mean, she just looks at a camera and just starts talking. I could not do anything like that and hold any sort of a coherent. Yes, dear.
I don't script my shit. Not that I'm prolific, but I've never once written anything. In fact, the original notes from my first video are still here, and I didn't follow any of them. And that's the point at which I realized, well, there's no sense in me doing that.
I marvel. I really do, because I have tried doing that, and I just and ah and lose track of everything. And
made an hour and 27-minute plus video, and in that video laments about the fact that she has been sitting there for 4 hours to produce it.
Yeah, the way she described it to me was that she just starts talking at a camera and then edits stuff out.
Yeah, just going back and waiting for yourself to say something that you think is stupid that you should cut out. That's not a good way to edit a video.
I mean, speaking for myself, my videos are tightly scripted. The idea of, like you say, recording a couple of hours and then trying to edit that, I don't even want to think about it, because editing my own tightly scripted videos, I can spend like anywhere from 3 to 6 hours making a video, and it may not even be more than 10 minutes long.
Yeah.
The idea of watching 4 hours of content just to find the shit that needs cutting out, no.
Of your own
shit. No, that is the wrongest way to make a video I have ever heard.
I literally I will watch a video once and think, okay, there's something I can be funny about, and then watch it a second time to kind of start to formulate jokes in my head, and then by the third time I'm in front of a camera and I'm recording. I'm going from their video, cutting directly to me responding to their video, and it's as true and honest as I can be, because that's when I'm funny. I can't write funny. I can just respond to things in a way that's funny. So I can't. If I write it down, I'm gonna look plastic, and to me it's gonna be plastic because it's not organic. That was really deep.
I mean, that is a difficult skill to learn, is looking at a script while you're speaking and making it sound like you're not, like you're speaking off the cuff, like you're not reading it. To make yourself not sound robotic is hard.
For me, even there have been two times that I have gone back and reshot a reaction to something, and I hate the fact that I included it. I should have just not done the reaction. I should have just removed that whole fucking thing, because even though nobody else knows that I've done that, to me it just seems plastic. That's not how I reacted. How I reacted had a stutter and a burp or a fart, whatever fucked it up.
Well, I mean, making a video off the cuff like that, I would find it very difficult without a lot of and what was I saying? I couldn't do it.
I don't pull it off extraordinarily well. I have like 254 people who watch my shit.
Well, you've seen how bad I am if I'm trying to hold a live stream by myself. That's what I would be if I tried to do a video, a standalone video by myself.
I've tried doing live streams without guests, and it's horrible. It's pathetic.
Yes, it is. It is, absolutely.
It doesn't matter who's doing it. It's always bad.
Mm-hmm.
I really need to have somebody with whom I can exchange.
Yeah, it's a bad.
Have a dialogue going.
It's a bad genre to think that you can pull off a live stream by yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could if you're doing something, because there are a lot of people who will play video games on a live stream and jabber through the whole thing, and people suck that stuff up. I don't get it. People will watch and watch and watch a live stream of someone else playing a video game. I didn't enjoy watching Rogue One because it felt like I was watching other people play a video game.
I will admit.
Okay, yeah.
I'll admit that I will watch and search on YouTube. I'll watch clips of somebody else playing a video game and think, I think I'd like to watch somebody play that game. And then I will search out people who have recorded the entirety of that video game without commentary, because I don't really give a fuck what they're thinking. I just want to watch the gameplay.
Yeah.
But I don't play games. I've always enjoyed watching other people play a game well than trying to play the game myself.
That's weird. Now, okay, I will admit, I will seek out somebody else playing a game if it's a game I might want to buy, and I want to see if it's worth it. So I will look at actual gameplay instead of just like, oh, hey, there's a trailer. Because they always put like the intro in the trailer. They don't actually show you gameplay. Or if they do, it's tiny little clips where you don't really get a sense of what it's like to actually play the game.
Well, then you will love the fact that I have watched the movies that are nothing but the fucking clips that you.
Well, I mean, there's
this, so have I, actually.
What?
If it's a good game, it's not it's a story, but it's not a movie. But it's something you can fall asleep to.
You could probably watch someone play like the majority or even the entirety of one of the Mass Effect games and enjoy it.
I loved watching Achievement Hunter when Ray Navarez was still on the, because there was somebody on that group that was a really good fucking video game player, and the other guys were really funny to listen to. And it's not that I don't enjoy what they do now. I just don't enjoy it as much as I did when. And Michael is always, what did he do? I'm like, I don't know, man, but he just made it funny.
Well, Stephanie in the chat just mentioned something that I was actually going to mention is Grand Theft Auto. I think it'd be fun to do nothing but a stream of like murdering pedestrians and eluding the cops. Because I was actually really good at that. It was very rare for them to catch and kill me.
The original was
and
the last,
it can be cathartic.
The original Grand Theft Auto was the last video game that I played on console, or played, period.
Well, wasn't that though like nothing like it is now? I got the impression it was all overhead and.
It's not that it wasn't nothing like it is now, but
but I mean it wasn't like it wasn't 3D, for example. I understood it was all 2D. The original Grand Theft Auto.
Okay, maybe that's not the version that I played. Then I shouldn't make that claim.
Well, I should look it up because I'm just vaguely remembering it, but I seem to remember it was like.
If there's a version older than the one I played, that's not the one I played. I played the blurry 420 resolution. The 420 by 420 resolution.
Okay. Oh no, it is 3D. Okay, it's just there's like an overhead way to play it apparently.
Yeah, there was no, I don't remember there being a first person.
Well, I don't think any of them are first person unless you're using the sniper rifle. I think it's always you can see your own character.
That's true.
Maybe I'm wrong.
No, that's true enough. No, that's the way I remember playing it though. But the overhead was an option. It wasn't.
Right.
Although maybe I don't remember being able to get behind a car like you can in the later. Anyway, that's how fucking long ago it's been since I played a video game.
Well, okay. I played a video game this morning, so.
Here's Neil. You'll appreciate this. I bought a PlayStation because I wanted to play a 3D version of Spy Hunter.
That's awesome.
That's literally why I got back into video games when I did, and that's how long ago it was. Spy Hunter was fucking awesome, and that's where my love of watching somebody else play a game well outpaced me playing the fucking game. Was I had a roommate that was really good at playing that fucking game, and I would sit there and just smoke and watch him play that fucking game, and I'm like, dude, this is so cool.
Well, I used to be really, really good at Virtua Fighter, the original Virtua Fighter. I was unbeatable. But there was this one guy, and I wish I could remember his name. I think it might have been Nick, who could actually kick my ass until I realized that he was using the same move over and over. And all I had to do was block it and then hit him before he could do it again, and I would take him down. It got to the point where people would see me coming, and they'd let me beat them and then let me beat the whole game so the next person who put their quarter up could play. I was damn good at Virtua Fighter.
I was good at Tank Commander. That's how fucking old I am.
Oh, jeez, yes.
Tetris.
Yeah. Tank Commander and Red Baron. Those are my games. And both made by the same company that made Tetris.
There was one I remember playing that involved warring from a submarine. You fired torpedoes. You actually had to do the lead and everything. Say again?
Submarine Commander.
Okay, probably. I mean, this is so long ago, I can't remember the name.
It was the same company.
Okay. And I rather like that one.
Was this an arcade game or was it on like Commodore 64 or something?
No,
it was an arcade game.
It was semi.
Oh, where you have the periscope. I know the one you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah.
And the Tank Commander, you put your face up, and you had the toggle controls.
Okay.
They were all face up.
Yeah, I used to play that one.
and and none of those things that you push your face into were comfortable.
Right.
Yeah, I was just reading an article earlier today. It was actually about why the lighted grid was part of like 80s like sci-fi what's the word I'm looking for? Not memorabilia. It was a trope. Let's just put it that way. And part of it was because of some of the video games. Now, I don't know if it was Tank Commander, but there was a video game that came out where it was all vector graphics that was actually built for the army to teach people how to drive a tank, how to
Oh, yeah,
fight in a tank. And then like Atari, who was contracted to make it, turned it into an arcade game.
I have a story.
Okay.
Oh no.
The guy that lives across the street from me in over one house was the guy that introduced computers to Fort Wayne Community Schools, where I live, and where I was attending school. And he had, the summer before any school had any Apple II computer, an Apple II in the basement. So I had first fingers on a fucking Apple II, and I had no idea what I was doing, and I had no appreciation for what I was touching until years and years later. But yeah, you're very much on the right track with that. Those are virtually identical fucking things, except that the arcade games existed separate, but were easily transferable to Apple II. So they almost immediately came up with their own versions of all of the arcade games.
Well, I remember, gosh, it must have been second grade when they got like, what was it, 5 Apple IIs in my elementary school. And I remember playing Oregon Trail. I mean, who didn't play Oregon Trail, right?
Of course, even I played
then,
that.
It didn't exist when I played it.
But then there was also a program called Logo, where you would have to program this thing. For some reason, they called it a turtle. I don't know why, but you would have to program it to like make circles or make lines or whatever. And you could tell it, okay, pen down, pen up in the program you were making to make it like I managed to make this thing that looked sort of like a caterpillar. I don't know exactly what it was, but yeah, it was a really silly program, but primitive art.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I can remember being really excited to have created through code on my Texas Instruments. I don't remember what the fuck it was. It was a block guy that you could actually watch clearly his legs moving.
Mm-hmm.
In I don't remember what fucking year that was, but my dad was very proud to have been able to present to the family at Christmas this computer that was, none of us sorted out anything. There was no encouragement to, well, what can it do? I don't know. You tell me.
The one I really liked, a friend of mine bought a Trash 80 when they were still new and expensive. And
I had a Trash 80 Coco too.
Okay, and what Marty had, and I was a game, a computer game, where you refought the Battle of Midway. And God, I loved that game. I've been looking, and I had not yet found a copy of it that I could port over to Linux or something. I'd really like a copy of that thing because it was, I think it was based on an Avalon Hill game, which made it that good. Because Avalon Hill published some wonderful board games.
Well, you know, before you get too far off track, there is an abandonware site. You might be able to find it there.
Okay, I'll try that. I'll try searching for Midway abandonware or something.
I think I think the site is called My Abandonware. Let me check this out. But yeah, my abandonware. Yes, download old video games. I don't know if they have it. What was it called? Was it called Battle of Midway?
It was called something like that, Battle of Midway or Midway 1942.
I think it was just Midway. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
do you know the one I'm speaking of, Neil? Yeah.
I do. Yeah, I remember.
Well, I'll look for you. Let me see here. I'll just type in Midway. That'll probably do it.
You know, though, when you said 1942 or whatever it was, I think that struck a
Oh.
chord with me too.
1943, Battle of Midway, C64, Amiga, ZX Spectrum, Amstrad, CPC, and Atari ST. That's probably it.
Okay. Let's see. What do we have? We have search up here, and you searched on Midway.
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe this isn't it. Were there like you're just controlling airplanes and shooting upward, or is this more strategic?
It's strategic.
Well, I see something here, C64 and Amstrad CPC Battle for Midway. I'm not sure. It looks strategic. There's a map and everything. There's another one called Midway Campaign. It says DOS, C64, Apple II, and VIC-20, so maybe that's it. But yeah, if you go to myabandonware.com, type in Midway in the search.
I'm there, and I have.
Okay.
And I'm looking at Midway Campaign, Battle for Midway, 1943, the Battle of Midway. Sorry, guys, you got the year wrong.
Well, those are the games I was looking at. It was the one that says Midway Campaign that I think must be it.
Oh, wait a minute. I just saw an Avalon Hill logo. So this might well be it.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm seeing. That's what that AH is. Okay. Well, there you go. There you go.
Danke, schön, my dear.
I'm a helper.
I am very, very much appreciative. Yeah, because I remember it was, you would put so many Avengers up for combat air patrol, and then you would assign torpedo bombers and you would the bombers also to attack various ships, and you see wonderful little messages like, you know, the Akagi blows up and sinks and shit like this, and it was just so much fun to play that game. It would take a couple of hours to go through, that sort of thing, and
well, I mean, there's a bunch of games where I remember adoring them when I was younger, where I go back and look and I'm like, I enjoyed this? Really? Because there was, like, I was telling you about that Trash 80 Coco too. There was this one game, it was a cartridge that just plugged right into the thing that looked like a keyboard called Dungeons of Daggerath. And it's like this early RPG, and it is so bad. I mean, it is so awful, but I played the crap out of it when I was like, what, 8? So, yeah.
I can remember being immediately and permanently turned off by Legend of Zelda on Atari because I don't remember that we got it for Christmas. My brother and I. My brother's 3 years older than me, almost exactly, because, you know, accidents happen. And I think it was one of our birthdays that we got it as a game, but you get through like the second level, and it just stops being a thing. And as much as people make fun of like the ET,
oh gosh, that.
Okay, I don't remember Legend of Zelda being better.
When was Legend of Zelda ever on Atari? I thought it was Nintendo only. You sure it was Legend of Zelda?
God, I feel like it was, yeah.
Huh. Well, this is what Google's for.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, this Zelda is
why I'm sticking with the I feel like it was.
Is this the Zelda for whom Robin Williams named his daughter?
Wait. It says here Atari 2600 Zelda Adventure Hack.
That'd be
I mean, I remember Adventure, but I don't remember it being called Zelda.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? It's a hack because they replaced all the sprites with Legend of Zelda stuff. It's something someone did.
Okay, all right. Then what I remember had to have been an Activision version of Zelda.
Okay. I'm not sure you're right about that, but okay.
I'm not either. I have slept a lot since I was that age.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of games that I barely remember. There was like this horrible baseball game for that Trash 80. And oh gosh, I know I had other cartridges. The problem with it, I mean, like if you just booted it up right away and didn't have any like cartridge in it, it would go immediately to BASIC. Now, I learned a lot of BASIC out of program BASIC, but the problem was I didn't have a disk drive. And making the like cassette tape drive work was something I never was able to do. And so I would type in these like long programs, then turn the computer off and they're gone forever. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't pretend to be anybody's source for any kind of gaming information. That is not my you.
Not your forte.
Yeah. All right, talk about late 80s rock bands. Might be more in my repertoire.
Well, okay. You know the best band of 1989?
I'm sure we all have one.
I'm not gonna guess based on that premise.
Oh, come on. The absolutely most bestest band of 1989 was clearly Roxette.
See, I don't remember 1989 like that.
Yeah, well, that's because you're not as enlightened as I am.
That might be a thing. That might be a thing. All right.
Well, it's funny because like people say I don't remember Roxette, and I'm like, you've heard their music, and you play one or two songs for them, and they're like, oh, those were all the same band. I'm like, yes, those were all the same band.
Yeah,
What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Gee, nobody I know has had that conversation with you.
No, nobody ever. I still have to actually send you some of those tracks because, like, I haven't done it, and I said I would. So
it's like English beat falls into that.
As you will, because you've got things to do and everything else as well.
Yeah.
English beat is a band that everybody goes, no, that doesn't sound familiar. Like, well, how about any of these 6 or 8 songs that you know off the top of your head?
Well, see, I'm right there in that camp. I have no idea who the frell they are, but let's see. You said English beat.
Yeah.
English beat.
English beat. Let's see what Google says here. Was it the English?
You know at least 4 of their songs.
Was it the English beat or just English beat?
I think it's just English beat.
Okay, because I'm seeing a lot of something from a band called The English Beat.
Okay, then let's go with that then if you're seeing more.
All right. All right.
It's more likely than not that I am wrong.
Well, let's see. They have a discography, but not an actual just like track listing here.
Look up the songs. Save it for later.
Okay, save it for later. English beat. Let's see what we got here. Okay, well, it's on YouTube. Let's see what it sounds like.
Fucking everything's on YouTube.
Well, yes.
Hope that old tape I made in high school isn't.
Guitar sounds vaguely familiar, but it could be anything.
Let it go.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
I'm with you. I don't see the time.
I mean, I like it, but it doesn't sound familiar.
It doesn't. Okay.
I mean, maybe when they get to a chorus or something.
Save it for later. Actually, they're one of my favorite bands. One of my favorite bands, just for the lyric. Please hold my hand.
Oh my word! Somebody's actually reading a one of those Penguin books.
I love
Penguin from Dover Public.
What was that one guy jamming on? Was that one of those like bucket harp things or whatever it's called?
I don't know.
You know, where it's like it's a metal pail and there's a stick sticking up from it and one string, and he was like jamming on it.
That's tub bass.
Okay. Well, it was weird.
Yeah, I've heard a group where that featured prominently.
Well, I kind of like the song, but I do not recognize it even slightly.
All right, you're younger than I thought. Hang on, I thought K-Rock had infected you before it had.
Well, wait a minute. How young do you think I am?
I don't think you're that much anyway.
Well, take a
I'm not
wild guess.
gonna wild guess and say 42.
Actually, that's exactly right. I'll be 43 in December.
Wasn't a wild guess. I know how old you are.
Oh, shut up, bitch. All right.
It's pretty impressive.
Actually, I knew roughly how old you were, and that just turned out to be a lucky guess. But either way, it played out all right for me. Hang on. Let me turn this into hashtag brain sample radio.
Someone said try mirror in the bathroom.
Yes, that's a good one.
Okay. Oh, hey, there it is.
Mirror in the Bathroom is my favorite song about masturbation.
Really? Not Orgy
Okay.
for One? Because I'm sorry, Orgy for One by Ninja Sex Party is like the best masturbation song I know.
My number 2 is Big Hands.
Okay,
Well,
I'll
I
take
like
your
the
word for it.
saxophone.
It's a she really does fit in the niche where the difference in her age means that she didn't hear that shit when she was growing up. This was radio shit. Granted, it was college radio shit for me, but
This does not sound like the kind of stuff they would have played on 95 Triple X back in Vermont.
Yep, it got played here.
This does not sound familiar in the least.
Holy Christ! All right, you've got me then. I was wrong. I was objectively wrong.
Well, I mean, it sounds like the kind of sort of, I'm assuming by the name they're British, it's sort of Brit punk that I heard way after it was like a thing. So.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That sounds like something that seems reasonable.
Yeah. I mean, because back in 1989, I was still listening to like top 40 stuff they'd play on the radio. Wow, conversation comes to a dead stop when I say that. It's all my fault. My bad. I should be punished.
I was just trying to think of what I was listening to.
I stuttered because my town didn't really have a good, whatever the fuck that is, top 40 radio station. We had a bunch of rock stations that competed against each other. So it wasn't necessarily something I heard a lot of. And like I said, when I did hear it, I was in college, and it was a college radio station, so I heard a lot of it. But most people within our span are familiar with the band. But I'm happy to introduce you to it because there's more of it to like, and given the time and the circumstances, I think there were 2 straight guys in that band. And if you go and look at some of the band art, you won't guess which one of them it is.
Okay. So, like, none of them are flaming, or all of them are?
Yeah. Yeah. And there are some overtly gay things in their band art.
Okay.
But you won't guess which of them is the straight one based upon.
See, I want to take that challenge. I kind of want to do that. I'll have to look up some of their art and get back to you. But yeah, well, we did back in Vermont have one of those top 40 stations. And I don't know if you did this in the 80s like just about everyone else did, but when I was like listening to the radio, I would have the boom box with record and pause going.
Oh, so I had a separate microphone.
No, so if I heard a song that I really liked, I just unpause real quick, and then when it was over, pause again. And that's actually how I discovered Roxette as my favorite band, because I went back and listened to one of those tapes and realized how many songs were by them on those tapes, like a huge percentage. Yeah. Anywhere from like 30 to 50% was them. And I was like, well, and I went out and bought their music and was like, yeah, okay. So
kind of how I became a Steely Dan fan. I realized that all these old songs that I thought were really cool were all by the same band. And I was like,
okay,
I'm going to start buying Steely Dan.
I got to rather like Steely Dan back in the 70s.
So funny.
Say again?
It's so funny. Diane, you will love this.
Mhm.
I saw them performed late summer at Ohio State University, and they're not yet unveiled basketball arena, and it didn't sell out because the students weren't on campus yet. So it was a beautiful arena, and the sound was shit. But at intermission, they invited everybody from the upper decks to come sit on the lower decks, and the sound was completely different. And they knew that. They just didn't want to. There was no reason for anybody to get fucked out of the sound of a Steely Dan concert. But at the intermission, there's this huge smoking deck, and we go out to smoke cigarettes. And there's a middle-aged woman talking to a late teenage kid, and she's lamenting the fact that Columbus, Ohio didn't sell out a Steely Dan concert. And I leaned in because I was really high, and I said, I think it's really weird that there just aren't enough pot-smoking sexual deviants in Ohio to sell out a Steely Dan.
I bet that got a nice response.
She looked at me like I had killed her cat in front of her.
You know, the truth is, I've heard the name Steely Dan a lot, but this is another band where I cannot name one of their songs.
Do It Again is one of them.
A19, FM. Yeah.
I just haven't been exposed to this, I guess.
No,
I don't know.
it's you haven't been exposed to knowing who it is.
Yeah, when you
Okay.
hear it, you
Alright.
will. It's like your Roxette. When you hear it, you will know it.
Well,
You
yeah,
are
but that's what Spanky here just said about the
No,
English
no, no,
beat,
no.
and that didn't work.
No, this one is this is definitely something you grew up in the baby seat listening
good
to
one,
when you were a kid.
I'm not sure my parents were into that. My parents, I was raised by hippies, and they listened to a lot of like folk music. So
God.
Oh, so maybe they would not have.
Yeah, but
there
if-
you go.
If you listen to the radio in Vermont and we're hippies, there was Steely Dan on the radio.
maybe they weren't the kind of hippies you're thinking of. But so
Well,
you
if
said
you
"Do It Again" is
do
a
it
song?
again, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, it was one of the first ones that came up. So
And if
apparently it's live, but whatever.
it'll do, it'll do.
Yeah, they don't suck live. Trust me.
Okay, 1972. I didn't exist yet.
Yep.
Nope, this is not familiar.
Oh,
Hey
okay.
19. Play Hey 19.
And this is definitely not the kind of music I listen to.
Okay. Let's see. Trying to think here.
Hey 19 has got to be the gold standard of.
Oh, how about Ricky? Don't lose that number. You may have heard that one.
That would be
All
the
right. That actually
Yeah,
sounds
that's
vaguely
probably
familiar.
their biggest.
Yeah.
That's probably their biggest.
And you know, the one dude singing there kind of looks like Weird Al.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the hair, but
Yeah.
okay, Ricky, don't lose that number.
more Jewish. Think Frank Zappa.
I still did not exist when this was new.
No, I didn't exist when most of it was new.
I did.
I can see why you say this is hippie-ish, but this does not sound familiar at all.
Oh, okay.
I just can't believe.
Wow. That's 2 strikes now, Artie.
Yeah, I know. I am.
I mean, maybe if I hit a chorus,
One
it'll
more, you're
sound
out of here.
familiar,
Gotta
but
kick you out.
Ricky, don't lose that number. You don't want
Nope.
nobody else.
Nope.
No.
I don't know this at all.
All right, Hey 19.
What?
Or reeling in,
I'm
reeling
pretty
in the
sure-
years.
Oh, there
she
it
doesn't
is.
know
Hey,
those
19.
two.
That's what you were talking about, huh? All right.
If
Oh,
nothing
hi,
else,
Demi.
you should listen to Hey 19 just because it's about people our age.
Well, I can't even begin to tell you how much this is not my music.
We can't get high together.
Yeah, no, I'm just turning that crap off. That is so not me.
You probably don't want to know the stuff I was listening to in the 80s. I mean, I heard some of the strangest stuff in some of the strangest places.
All
Would
right.
you believe, Artie, would you believe that I heard Dizzy Gillespie at the amphitheater of the Cleveland Zoo.
All right.
And
You
I'm
hearing
talking to
Dizzy
somebody who
Gillespie-
knows who
Yeah.
Dizzy Gillespie is.
Yeah. You hearing Dizzy Gillespie? Yes. You hearing me at the zoo? That's the interesting part. I mean, that's the more interesting part.
It's amazing who they would invite. They invited some names, and it was all free concerts. And then I heard the
Kitty.
cat. I definitely heard the cat.
Oh, hey, Columbia's on the couch back there. I didn't even notice.
Yeah, I saw her getting all nice and comfortable over your shoulder. Been there for a while.
I don't know. She's been a little weird lately. Like she took a swipe at one of my fingers when I was trying to pet her.
Oh
So,
no!
Shorty shows up on cam. Shorty Ann. Yeah, the girl.
What is that monstrosity?
Monstrosity?
I'm sorry. Dogs freak me right the fuck out. They're just childhood incident. It was really bad. I was not the one who was mauled, but I got to watch the other two toddlers get ripped to shreds. So
great.
ever since then, I've been kind of terrified of just about anything canine, which is weird because I actually find fennec foxes really adorable. I don't know.
They're a whole other breed, those things, man. They are adorable.
I'll send you pictures of the horror that is.
Please don't. Oh, that's adorable with the little nose there.
Yeah, for a moment, I entertained the thought that let me tell you about how good my dog is so that you're not afraid. And then I immediately shut that down with, yeah, she's not old enough to have ever heard any of those stories before.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes I wonder, like, would I have cats or dogs if I hadn't had that experience? To be honest, though, I prefer a cat. There's so much less maintenance because I don't want to have to walk a dog. No, I don't want to have to walk a dog every day just so it can take a dump. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, this one can get kind of high maintenance, to tell you the absolute truth. It's like,
in what manner, though?
It goes outside.
It's like, pay attention to me, love me, pet me. You know,
that's not maintenance. That's just being a kitty.
You open it up.
Yeah.
And, have you pooped? Yep, I pooped. And then you let them back in the house. That's the ideal.
Yeah, but I live in like the middle of San Diego. You can't just let a dog out.
I lived in the
You
middle.
Can't. No, I'm sorry. A dog will get run over or picked up by animal control, and there's also like a mega fine for letting your dog dookie on the street and not picking it up. So
I lived in I lived in Garden Grove, and I had a yard, which was roughly a 1.5 meter wide strip surrounded by cinder block that went about 27 feet in any direction total. And that was my backyard, and that's where my dog shit. And my landlord accused me of not cleaning up the dog shit, and that's what attracted the cockroaches to my apartment.
Okay. Obviously, we don't know what cockroaches like to eat.
I was like,
yeah,
they're attracted to the dog shit. Why are they on the inside of my apartment?
Oh, well, that too.
Friend
That
across
as
the
well.
backyard.
By
Additionally.
your own admission.
I mean, Jesus Christ. Now, I have been had by many much kitties. I have been had by a puppy. And Miji was a good puppy, definitely. But I think all in all, I get along better with kitties than I do with puppies. It's a personality thing.
Oh, I don't mean anybody any disrespect or any harm by saying that cats suck. They just
Okay.
suck. I've had cats. I had a cat that I love very much. And
before
that cat,
Columbia.
Yep.
No, go ahead. Keep going.
I named that cat Spot. And it was a wonderful cat, and he came up missing. And I haven't had a cat since, but
No.
I am very much somebody who more appreciates the affection, the just stupid love you get from dogs.
It's a personality thing, definitely, or at least that's the way I find it to be.
Yeah, no, it's definitely whether you need to be challenged by some misbehavior by something that obviously loves you, or not really dealing with the offending nature of the thing that you hope does.
Yeah, it's well, as I say, you don't have a cat. The cat has you.
Right.
Hmm.
I think that's true
Definitely.
for most people.
Well, I
And
actually had a mouse named Frankie once. I forget why I named him that. There was this big convoluted reason to call him Frank, but or yeah. Well, anyway, he was weird because I had one of those like hamster wheels, and he would run up the outside of it until he could get up on top and sit there.
all right.
Probably
Yeah,
took a while.
Wanted to be
it would take
trained
him a couple of
lion.
minutes.
You wanted to be in the circus.
Eh, he was an odd mouse, but he would not let me pick him up because he started out wild, and he was not a fan of the idea of being petted or
Okay,
anything.
okay,
So
yeah.
I just had him in what was basically an aquarium, and
Yeah.
yeah.
Wait a minute. Terry, the animal over my left shoulder behind me.
Tigger.
Wait a minute. Let's get this. Oh, are you speaking of the stuffed tiger in my chair? That's Tigger. Would that be it? I call it Tigger because it reminds me a whole hell of a lot of the Walt Disney thing from Winnie the Pooh. I'm trying to think here where the heck I was headed. Kind of got derailed, but that's never happened to me before. Kate will tell you how I've got derailed a couple of times, and yeah, definitely Tiger.
You mean
And
this guy, right?
say again, hon.
Well, it's kind of ironic, actually. My favorite stuffed animal is Howie here. So
Hi, Howie.
he's definitely a canine, which is weird because of how I feel about dogs. But I remember very specifically, I was on a trip. I want to say it was to New Hampshire with my parents, and we were in some store. My dad asked me if I wanted a stuffed animal, and I said, yeah. And he said, which one? And I pointed at Howie. And he looked at the price, and Howie was something crazy like $30. And he goes, "Are you sure?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he relented, and he almost said no. And I've had Howie now for something crazy like 30, 35 years or something. And he's still my
Howie's
favorite stuffed animal. And my dad's like, "Wow, that was like the best purchase I ever made for you."
Howie's in some pretty good shape for the age.
It's true. It's true. I've taken pretty good care of him.
Yeah, Tigger's got a little dirty. I had him out when I was trying to rehab that house, and there was ceiling crud everywhere. So I was taking down plaster ceilings, and you know how the dust and the grit and all the garbage gets above the plaster and lath. So I'm like coated entirely in this stuff, and everything in the house is full of it. So I've got to figure out a way to gently clean Tigger and see if we can't do something to spruce him up a little bit. And then, of course, there is, courtesy of the X, there is my stuffed sheep. Mark, an IKEA stuffed sheep. How do you like that? $9.99. The price tag is still on him.
Oh, it's a properly stuffed sheep.
Yeah, because it is described as, I don't know if you can see this, probably not for all the glare. It is large sheep.
I don't know, for some reason that reminds me of a picture I saw on Facebook today where the Japanese, like someone in Japan, were having a sale, but the signs were in English, and they'd somehow gotten the idea that fucking meant great. So the banners all said fucking sale.
Well, it kind of does in its own way, you
Well,
know.
yes, but you're not going to advertise like at a store, "Hey, fucking sale," right? So, so there's that.
Well,
For some reason, large sheep and fucking sale got connected in my head. I don't know.
have you run into Peter's favorite beer? You know, gonna go for it.
Sorry, say
Do
that
you,
again.
do you know gonna go for it? Peter DeTucker. He's he
Are you talking
does.
about a song?
I'm talking about a YouTube content
No.
creator. He
Oh,
does
then
my.
no.
Okay. He pointed out to me a wonderful beer. I would like to see if I can't order it and get it delivered here to the U.S. It is called Fucking Hell. That is its
Okay.
name.
Is it? Is that accurate?
Yes, it is. I think the town is Fucking or something like that, and
Oh,
hell in this case means light. It is a light. It is a light beer, meaning it's not a dark roasted beer. It's a
I see.
yeah.
I've been trying to throw this at the
Dark
screen for a
roasted.
while now. This says
No pain, no Jane.
no
Ooh.
Well,
no pain, no Jane. And
see, the
then
thing is, well, go on.
and then she's got a thing. This is an attractive label.
Yeah.
Kind of. I
Okay.
like you know what? It has a sort of
Retro-y.
a retro circus motif to it. Am I making sense?
Yeah, no,
No.
she's wearing golden snow gear. That's
Okay, it's just the pastel natures of the colors
yeah, no,
were
that's
impressing me.
Hmm.
the Mary Jane Ale.
I mean, maybe an old school pinup girl.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah,
thinking. More
Okay,
along
that
those
too.
lines.
That too. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
not,
But
I'm not,
what you were saying before about gonna go for it? I swear there's a song. It's like gonna go for it. GOFORIT like that. I swear there's a song that goes like that.
Oh,
I believe it only because you just sang it with so much enthusiasm.
Well, I mean, it kind
okay.
of is part and parcel with the song. I mean, the name implies, yeah.
That's like I said,
Uh,
I believe it exists because of the way you sang it with so much enthusiasm.
Ugh. All right.
Wait, no, seriously, if it wasn't real, that was pretty
yeah,
impressive.
you would have sung it flatly if it
Oh,
wasn't real. Yeah.
all right. All right.
No, it was obvious you were drawing upon a genuine memory to
Yes. Hmm.
Yes, but it might actually be a memory of something I made up in my head. I don't know if it's a real song.
Yeah, it's true.
And
You
of
do that.
course, always remember not casting any dispersions on anyone's character, but the very best liars believe their own lies.
True.
I'm sorry, Trump.
True.
What?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that's about right.
What I know is that if we all had enough rakes,
Yeah, I don't know, Kate,
Man.
if you have any expertise in the rake field there, or
I know nothing about.
I mean,
you're
I
a bit
have.
south of that, aren't you?
Yeah, though when you mention it, I am really good at raking Theus over the coals for whatever that's worth. But
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
but the
And I
thing is,
spent
yeah, I'm pretty far south of where those fires are. But when I went to my cousin's wedding, like what was it, a month ago? There was a place we went, like most of the family, both sides, all went to this restaurant that served this monstrously huge burger. And when I asked them for a single tall, they brought me a double, right?
Okay.
And so that place was in serious danger of burning down when the fires reached Malibu, but
Wow.
it apparently survived it and is now being used as like a safety base, as a relief base where families go there now to like their homes have burned down. And so they need the medical attention and all that if they're going to this restaurant.
there's
Now, I don't know if those fires can reach San Diego. I don't know if I'll ever be in any danger from them. But
I'm trying to think about this. Isn't there a pretty clear strip between you and LA?
Yeah.
Well,
Well, there is a strip. When I was living in LA, which wasn't for very long, there were fires east of San Diego that were threatening outlying counties. But at that time, Riverside County was an outlying area for LA, and it's now the second most densely populated county in California. So things have changed in the 20 years since I was there, but I can remember okay. I'm actually not going to tell that story. It's not a happy story.
yeah, actually, there was part of the discussion here about the fires that I did not want to mention for some rather specific reasons. But go on.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Okay.
I have a very vivid, not happy story about me that directly attached to the thing I was going to talk about, and I'd rather not think about it, so I'm just going to skip it.
Fair enough.
Moo.
Yeah. You know,
Yeah.
I have never been a fan
I know
of
that-
beer. It's just not my thing.
I
Too bitter.
like. Well, it depends on the beer you have. There are many much beers. Some can be quite sweet.
I've never encountered those. The closest I've ever encountered to a sweet beer is probably mead.
I think we are best met sober because
Sandy.
there's no way I can match a buzz to you.
Well, you know what actually has been kind of fun? Back when Blog TV was there instead of Google Hangout, I used to do drunken Blog TVs with people where we just sort of do shots and get schnockered and
Yeah,
talk to the camera.
I'm
Okay.
literally picturing myself in your house trying to think of music that you might like to listen to, and
Mhm.
everything I think of is just a threat to our relationship.
I'm not even sure what you mean by that. What are the titles? Things I'd find offensive or something?
Any Ben Harper music. You know,
Ah,
you grew up with folk. He grew up with folk. He has a folk album, Ben Harper.
okay.
You've never heard of him? He's from San Francisco, I think.
I don't know. Like
I
when I
think
talk
you're
about folk, I'm talking Peter, Paul, and Mary here.
That's what I think of when I think of folk. Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah. I'm closer with the Ben Harper thing than you realize when you say that.
What? I don't know. I mean, my taste in music is hard to describe because there's stuff where people are like, "Oh, no, I know what you like. You will not enjoy this." And I'm like, "What are you fucking kidding me? I love that stuff." But then
Yeah,
there'll be other
I am
things
never
where they're
going
like, "This is
to
so totally your thing." And I listen to it and I'm like, "You don't know me at all, do you?"
I will never pretend to have any idea of what your taste in music is because I fell short of songs that I thought you would recognize.
Well, I mean, like there have been times when I've played songs for friends and they're like, I never would have pictured you loving the crap out of this. I'm like, I love it. Recently, I've actually developed a taste for like 50s and 60s rock and roll, except I hesitate to call it that. I mean, we're talking about like stuff like Who Put the Bomb and all of that. You know, like the entire soundtrack to American Graffiti, right? For some reason,
Okay.
I'm really enjoying that
It's
music
awesome.
these days. I don't know.
And my musical
awesome.
taste is really easy. If I like it, everybody else in the world hates it. It pretty
I
much
felt
works
that
out that
way.
way.
I
Mhm.
felt that way.
Um,
Or people have never heard of it.
that too. That too.
Yeah, I mean, like
Now,
there's a band. Well, again, Swedish, sung in Swedish. There's a lot of bands like that where people are going, "I've never heard of this," and I'm like, "Yes, but I love it to death." So
I mean, for example, I don't mind 90s music. It's 1790s, but it is the 90s. And then there's a lot of stuff like Dave Brubeck, for example.
Yeah.
that name's familiar.
You know Take Five.
Maybe.
It's in 5/4, which is ergo its name.
Yeah. What's
Very
the
very. You ought to look it up at one point. Take Five, Dave Brubeck.
let's see.
Maynard Ferguson, I dearly love. the stuff he put out, especially the stuff he put out in the 70s when he had the big band. What else do we have here? I started getting into what I was, in quotes, supposed to get into when I was in high school, back when I was around 30, the Led Zeppelin, that sort of thing. I put it down later, and just, it was okay, but it's not that great. What else do we have here?
Oh, Dave Brubeck, Blue Rondo a la Turk.
Yes, that's another one. I believe the album that those two were on was called Time Out.
That sounds right. My dad had it.
Yeah. Dave Brubeck was jazz pianist. Let me think of.
Blue Rondo a la Turk is written in 12/13 time.
Oh, insane.
That sounds about right. Yes.
I
yeah.
Speaking of that sort of thing, there's a guy on YouTube who he takes requests for songs that should never be played in ragtime. And he will play them in ragtime. Yes. Oh, but he's amazing when he does it. Like the Imperial March from Star Wars in ragtime is hilarious.
Oh, man.
Is that what you suggested?
No. That I found him long after he did that. But some of the other stuff he's done is really good. Apparently, he's asking for Christmas songs that should never be played in ragtime. And I was like, Carol of the Bells. Carol of the Bells in ragtime would be hilarious.
When I was talking about my high school marching band and why I was so proud of calling myself a band fag, a lot of that has to do with being from the 80s and defying the notion of what that fucking thing was. Because the coolest thing to be in my high school was the marching band. And we marched a song that was 13/17 time.
Holy shit!
We lost the state championship because neither of the two marching judges could figure out that the entirety of 320 people were stepping at the same time, but they couldn't do the fucking musical math to figure out what time it was in. So the whole band was out of time.
It's literally my word.
Wow. Skills.
We went from first to fourth because of our marching scores. Because for 14 seconds, the marching judges couldn't figure out that the entirety of 320 people stepping the exact same time signature were doing it by accident.
Oh no! Oh my word!
1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2. What? I'm not seeing any pattern here. I don't know what your band is doing here. You've lost all sense of time. Fuck you. We lost state contest because you motherfuckers. We lost the championship because of a fight that our band director had with a fucking judge.
And I love the weird time signatures. I mean, for stuff more recent, the Pink Floyd song "Money" in what is it, 7/4.
Yep. But you can dance to 7/4.
Well, you can dance if you want to.
It's that too.
You can leave your friends behind.
It's 4 and 3. 4 and 3. Yeah.
But your friends don't dance. They don't dance.
Well, they're no friends of mine.
Said.
I love Men Without Hats. I really do. Although my favorite song of theirs is not Safety Dance. It has to be Pop Goes the World.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm with you.
And my drummer wants us to cover that song for some reason.
Yeah.
Awesome.
There's a good reason. It's fun.
No, there's no way we could do that. Not a chance.
When you say we, you mean you.
No. Like, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work.
You're so
There's no synth.
Oh my word! Okay.
There's no keyboards. There's no nothing in there. It's just bass guitar and drums.
I mean, I'm willing to bet someone could do a guitar cover of Pop Goes the World.
Probably.
Yeah.
And it might actually kick ass.
It might, but I try to talk my fucking guitar player into doing something like that.
Well, I recently
Not
found
an
a
easy
cover
task.
of the end credits music to Buckaroo Banzai that kicked so much ass. It was so good.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Like a heavier version of it?
Yeah, well, it was a lot more bombastic, if nothing else.
Wow. Shit, man, I went
Yeah.
and saw that movie in the theater
Hmm.
in Seattle.
Huh. Nice.
And I was the only one out of the group of us that liked it.
Oh, it's such a fun movie, though. I mean,
Yeah,
it's weird
that's
as hell, but it's a great flick.
Yeah, and like I didn't even realize at the time, but like Christopher Lloyd was in it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, a lot of people
Um,
were in that. I mean, yeah,
yeah,
Christopher
yeah,
Lloyd and wow, Total Bird, John Lithgow, and
yeah.
brain cramp dude from Jurassic Park, Jeff Goldblum. That's the one.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
man, well, of course, Peter Weller and Ellen Barkin. So yeah.
All right, Kate.
Hmm?
I'm putting one last thing out
Hack.
there. It's not something I expect you to have ever heard before.
Okay.
My question is only.
Oh, he's going with the reverse angle this time.
I'm just changing it up a little bit. I'm trying to gauge whether or not I could ever predict what music she might like.
Oh, dude, what are you talking about? I love the shit out of this song. No, I'm kidding. I've never heard it.
That's
Although,
not my expectation is not that you would have heard it. Would you pay to hear somebody play this?
so far, no. But let's see if it picks up a bit. It's funny. It sounds almost like an acoustic version of Cliffs of Dover by Eric Johnson. Do you know that song?
Mm-hmm.
I think this song might be older than that.
Well,
Yeah,
if well, not if 2012 is when it was made.
No, it isn't. Well, no.
Maybe if you
Are
rocked
you
it
sure?
up a bit, I might enjoy it. But totally acoustic, no.
Hang on.
Okay, how long do I have to hold on? Because I'm starting to get bored.
He's gotten to the pedal effects part.
Not that I've noticed. We're a minute
Stop
13
torturing her.
in. Should I just fast forward?
No, you should jump out. Pull the chute.
Okay. All right. You sure you don't know Cliffs of Dover by Eric Johnson? Oof.
Yeah, I think I do. I'm not.
Well, let me put it in the chat
Yeah.
here.
No, I'll do it.
Hey, where'd the chat go? Okay, there. Oh, also, one thing you might not, and maybe this is because my parents made me listen to so much folk music, but I adore Irish drinking songs.
Oh, absolute.
Yeah, I used to go to this pub called Kells in Pike Place Market in Seattle. Like every other week, this band from Portland, Oregon would come up called Grafton Street. And like me and my friends would come just to see them. And they got to know us and they would always ask us for requests before the show started. It was great. They're so awesome.
That's cool. You ever heard of Spirit of the West?
No.
Just check that one out if you like the pub songs.
Okay. Spirit of the West, you say? I'll have
Yes.
to. All right.
They're local from here. And they got
Where is here for you?
Oh, Vancouver, British Columbia.
Oh, I love Vancouver. Okay. Well,
Yeah,
I will hold on to these guys. There's a lot to listen to there.
Oh yeah. It's I think it's Home for Arrest is the big one.
It's funny. There's this band called Rebel Pebbles, and they have a song called Dream Lover that sounds nothing like that 50s, 60s songs, whatever it is.
Do you think of the Dream Weaver?
No.
Dream Weaver.
No, not that song. No, Dream Lover, 'cause I want a girl to call my own. I want a dream lover, so I don't have to dream alone. But that's not what Rebel Pebbles did, and I can't sing what the hell they did because it's way out of my range. But I heard it exactly once on the radio once, and it took me forever to track it down. And it is the girliest song I've ever listened to. And I love it to death, but I'm sure if I played it for people, they'd be like, Kate, is this you? Do you really like this? So, yeah. I don't know.
Oh,
So, oh, he's listening to it on mute, I guess. So,
Yeah.
like with his microphone muted. You know what I'm talking about, though. Cliffs of Dover now.
Yeah, no, I listened to the whole thing while I was on mute.
Yeah.
But this is my genuine last fucking attempt to find something that I think you and I would share.
Okay.
Yeah, he
Let's
said
see what you got. Let's see what you got.
With this, I am out.
All right. Well, you gonna link me or what over here?
Didn't I?
Oh, you put it in the chat.
Yeah,
Oh,
put
there it is.
in
It
the
didn't. It
internal
usually
chat.
appears over your picture. That's why. Oh, hey, it's that Ben Harper fella. All right. Yeah, you do not understand my taste in music at all. Like, at all.
Yeah, no, that's what I expected. It was just my last swing.
So that's 3 strikes then?
No, that's like 5.
Yeah, afraid so.
Yeah, the first two were there's no way you don't know the sound of these bands. And then the last 3 were, does any of these sound like anything you might pay to listen to? And that was a...
Okay, try what I just linked you to. If any, that's my second favorite song in the entire Western universe. If you listen to that and you don't grok what I'm into, you don't grok me. Yeah, see, when I first heard that song, it like it came out as a single, and I got my hands on it and like put it in from the title, sleeping in my car. It sounds like it's going to be a ballad or something. I put it in, and that rock starts up, and I was bopping around in my car like I was having a seizure. And when it was over, I was just like, holy shit, and jammed on rewind hard enough to crack the plastic so I could hear it again. I love that song so much. Just saying.
Yeah, I've had songs like that.
Where'd she
Songs
go?
that just like they're like, I have no idea.
Are you looking for?
Whoa!
Well,
what the hell was that?
Yeah, that was all kinds of fizzle. What was that going on?
That might have been me, but I don't know where it came from.
I thought it was her.
You're a whole different kind of fizzle, Artie.
My mic was muted, but I was changing screens when it happened.
Me.
Okay.
I headed off to the little girl's room.
Oh, she went.
Oh.
Yeah.
And I went on a range.
Gotcha. Dropping some kids off at the pool, eh?
So, okay, so.
Yeah, Kate.
I kind of get where you're coming from.
We are never going to go see a concert together.
Clearly not. Why? You're not into that kind of music, are you?
It's not that I'm not into it. It's just I share the same enthusiasm for that you share with. Yeah.
There we go.
I don't know. I mean, again, same band. Look up. She doesn't live here anymore. How do you do? And June Afternoon.
We will find other things to do other than dance.
Okay.
As far as the song goes, I was listening to the "Sleeping in My Car." That wasn't the kind of stuff I listened to in the years back, way back when. Now I was weird, and I still am, as you well know. What I really was after was the really, if you want to call it, the complex orchestrations. I love counterpoint. I love fugues, and this is in the formal music when you're going back, a few hundred years. And this is the stuff I loved to listen to when I was 13 years old, when all the other kids were listening to Led Zeppelin and all this other happy shit.
I was
I
listening to Bill
listened to
Cosby
Busta
albums and
Rhymes.
Smothers Brothers albums and Steve Martin albums.
Okay.
Cheech and Chong,
Mm-mm. Fuck
Richard
no.
Pryor.
Are you kidding me? Not even in my neighborhood did that album exist. I'm not even kidding.
What, Cheech and Chong?
I have Richard Pryor, That's Niggers Crazy, in my house now because it came from my house when I was a kid. But Cheech and Chong, nobody owned that fucking shit in my neighborhood. There's no way anybody was getting away with owning that shit in my neighborhood.
I never got into them. They're just not my kind of humor.
A couple cousins of mine had some Cheech and Chong.
They were stoner humor.
Oh yeah,
I'm not
absolutely.
into the stoner shit.
I
didn't think they were funny even when I was in college, but it was definitely groundbreaking shit, and I did recognize that. And both of them had stand up that was far better than anything they ever put on film.
Okay.
So I remember, I mean, not Cheech and Chong, obviously, but I remember a friend of mine put on an episode of some TV show. I think it was like a courtroom drama show or something, and was like, "There's an actor here, and you're gonna spot him, but you're not gonna know who it is, and I'm gonna fool you, and you get to point it. I'm like, see if you can figure out who it is." And as soon as he came up on the screen, I'm like, "Oh yeah, it's Bobcat Goldthwait." Right, but he's not doing the sort of thing that he did on like Police Academy. He was being as normal as he could, but I was like, oh yeah, I recognize that dude, obviously. So
I'm trying to think of the humor. Obviously, I really, really liked Carlin.
well, who didn't?
Yeah.
My
As far I really humor
Carlin
and
had a fucking earring. That's why my dad hated him. And when I came home from college and forgot that I had my fucking stud in my ear from having had my shit penetrated shortly before fucking Thanksgiving because I was an idiot, he didn't talk to me for 4 fucking months.
Oh, okay. No, I'm trying to think. You're the Carlin. I'm trying to think of the other humor I was going to name, and I lost it, but that's okay.
I'm trying to think if there's any kind of body mod I could get that would make either of my parents refuse to speak to me.
What are you trying?
Well, I mean, I've got 10 tattoos, and that's about it. So
Have you tried a tail? How about a tail?
I don't know. Maybe. Of course, they'd probably just say that's fucked up, Kate, and keep talking to me. I don't think there's anything like maybe if one of my tattoos was a swastika, they'd get grouchy about that.
Well, I suppose I would, and I'm kind of easygoing. It's.
Yeah, maybe if I had a "Yay Trump" tramp stamp.
I don't like tattoos. I'm not a huge fan of swastikas, but as a joke, conceptually, I would have if you had a swastika on the outside of your arm, but you had it on the inside of your arm, so you had like the inverse kind of thing. That would be funny to me if somebody had that, but I would never fucking recognize it as a joke.
Well, I do remember that there was something where it was in a movie where a bunch of punks, like skinheads, were attacking somebody, and like the dude was like, "Dude, you've got your swastikas the wrong way around."
Right.
It was
It actually means prosperity.
Yeah, I know they went both ways. Take that for what it's worth. But the Nazi swastika was what, left-handed, I believe, right? Started up and then went to the left and down and that sort of thing.
Yeah, they both mean prosperity, and I think the Asian goes the other direction, but the Germanic still is the swastika as it was used, but it still meant prosperity. It didn't mean I'm going to kill the Jews because they're different.
Really?
Man, it is
Oh,
so hard to picture being part of that movement and thinking, dude, like I can't picture it.
The photos from Chicago at Market Square Arena or whatever it is, of the Nazi rally that was held in like 1938 or something, and it's just this huge basketball arena completely filled with fucking Nazis in Chicago.
sort of like a Trump campaign rally, right?
Well,
A little more overt, but
not all
but
that much.
oh man, okay, there was something that happened a little while. Like I was in a sci-fi web board, right? And someone who made friends with me before I knew what the hell he was is a skinhead from Finland, right? And he knew I was into the Swedish music, so he sent me this band where their whole shtick is that they do metal covers of old Viking sea shanties and stuff, right?
All
And
right.
I thought it sounded really cool, but then I looked up the band and they are rabid skinheads. Like there's nothing in their music that would make you think this, but wow. And so I never really thanked him for that shit because I love the music, but the band, oh man, I just yeah. So yeah.
this is a legitimate thought process that I went through because my mother she's not, I won't say she's a Trump supporter, but she's definitely not anti-Trump. My father is a dementia patient. There's no sense trying to finagle any of that. But my mom's lucid, more than lucid. She's a fully capable, fully functioning human being. And Trump came to speak in Fort Wayne, and I thought about taking my mother to hear
For
him
what
speak.
purpose?
Hang on, let me go.
Okay. I'm interested, you know.
I thought about taking my mother to the largest venue in town. It seats in excess of 5,000 people, I think. But he was coming to speak, and I thought about taking my mother so I could expose her to just unfiltered fucking Donald Trump. No,
Okay, trying the shock approach.
no, just eliminating the fact that what he says that is psychotic is just coming off the cuff. That's what he fucking thinks. It's not sound bites that some other fucking news channel has cued in upon. But then my legitimate concern and the reason we didn't go is that my mother's 75 years old and I don't trust that many Trump supporters around my mother.
Okay, I read you 5 by 5.
I'm not. That's not even a remote exaggeration. The reason we did not go is because she would have been surrounded by these motherfuckers.
And you were afraid they'd grab her by the pussy?
No, I was afraid that if there was any mass movement in any one direction, my mother was going to take a tumble, break a hip, and the rest of her life in the goddamn hospital.
Hmm.
I'm going to watch that. Couldn't stop that from happening.
It's really difficult to picture going to a Trump rally and being able to not laugh and snicker at the stuff he says. Like, I'm sure there's people in the crowd who are rabid supporters of him where they listen to what he says and they have to hold back snorts and guffaws from time to time because they know they want to like him. But damn it, he's goofy.
Well, I don't know, and I may be exaggerating here, but probably not by much. Had we been talking and had I taken the MSB to a Trump rally, he might have looked at me and said, "Oh, you finally come around." I mean,
Sorry, can you expand that acronym for me?
Oh, male slimy bastard. He is the person that everybody else called my father. I never had a father, trust me. I never had parents. I never had a family. That's we could go through an entire show on that one.
Hmm.
But
Well, I
Yeah,
could
when you were talking about spots,
probably
when you're
like
talking
it
about,
certainly wouldn't be as bad and certainly not as bad in the same direction. But I could have a big old rant about at least my mother, sometimes my father, but my gosh, my mother, don't get me started.
okay,
Did I mention that there are members of my family that still aren't quite sure whether or not I'm straight?
you have mentioned that. That's amazing. Um, no, it was great. The ex, her name was Melody. Now, the slimy bastards had met her only once. I'd spoken to them over the phone about her. I'm living here in Pittsburgh. They were in Cleveland. They actually came to Pittsburgh once to spend a couple of hours and then go right back. And I'm thinking, why do you just spend a couple of hours? But that's another story. And he actually, he takes a look at my ex and says, "Oh, okay, that's Mel. That's a relief." And it's like, okay, Melody rather than Melvin.
Hmm.
Yes.
And yeah, those two were not fun at all.
Okay.
I may have to do a show on them someday. I've
Hmm.
done bits and pieces. Very, very abusive, very foolish.
I,
Well,
I sincerely have my own curiosities, but I would also encourage you to write all of that out and sit on it, and then write it out again and sit on it.
you know, I have
I've been doing a lot of sitting.
I think it's a great story, but I want to hear your thoughts of it, having given it time to steep in the.
Yeah, a really quick one. There was they quit talking to me in 2011 when I finally came out to them. That whole "you humiliate us" bit and everything else. And then in the 6 years between then and last year, when I discovered just by chance that the two of them were dead, nobody ever told me. I had often wondered what I would feel when I would find out that they were dead. Would it be grief? Would it be relief? And I can tell you without um, with absolute certainty, I can tell you that it's better than relief. I mean, they're dead. The world is better off without them.
You know, it's funny. I don't know if it's strange or weird or cold-hearted or what, but there are times where the deaths of celebrities have affected me a lot more than deaths of family or deaths of people I knew as a child. I never really was able to form a connection with a lot of my extended family just because my parents and I lived so far away from them. And
Okay.
I don't know. It was like a lot of my reactions to family dying was, huh. But when I found out that, say, like Harry Anderson from Night Court died, I was like, no, no, that's not okay.
Not the
That
end
sort of thing. So
trip.
Kind of, yeah, formed a little connection, even if it's over the tube, whatever
yeah,
that.
I mean, I never met the man
Never
in
watched
person, but
Harry
some part of
Anderson.
me was like, this stinks, you know. Also, like before Kirk Cameron went insane, I used to watch Growing Pains. When I found out Alan Thicke died, I had a similar reaction.
Okay.
And believe me, when Carlin died, I was devastated. Christopher
Yeah.
Hitchens dies, and that was the worst birthday present ever because he did it on my frickin' birthday. And I am never going to forgive the man for that.
Yeah,
So, yeah, but I mean, I felt more for him than I did when my grandpa Tony died.
Yeah, you talk about forming connections with family and stuff like that. I was never able to form any decent connections with half of my family, her side, the cousins that came from that side, because he did not like them. And I got to sit in on arguments he would start with them. I don't know, maybe just for the fun of it, it seemed. Uh, but years on, when I'm trying to reach out to them, there was that in the middle of all of it. It's what you're reaching out now after all these years. And it's like, it's not that I haven't tried. Trust me. Where they would actively stand in the way of me getting any contact information or anything with the
Hmm.
family.
Well, my mom's side of the family, I haven't seen any of them in more than a decade, probably two. And that's not really my fault exactly. My parents just never really did anything with them either. Like I don't think I've seen any of them since my cousin Joy's bat mitzvah.
Okay. I take it that was a while ago.
Well, she's a little bit younger than I am, so yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So I mean honestly, like I never really felt a familial connection at all. But
There's the thing. I wonder what it's like. Are you listening, people? I do wonder what it is like to have a family connection.
well,
I
I know
wonder what it is
people
like to have a parental connection. I don't know.
well, I've got friends where they're the sort where it's like grandma lives 30 minutes away. And they have a family get together like at least once a month, if not more often. And it's like family barbecues and Thanksgiving and Christmas and all that stuff. It's just this big old family get together because they never left the hometown.
Yeah, well, that happened with my if you want to call them family as well. I had one cousin leave the hometown, went to Raleigh, Durham, where he is to this day. He was a disc jockey down there for years, owned a radio station or two, but everybody else stayed around. And as a matter of fact, in some cases, they were within a block or two of each other.
Hmm.
That happened a lot in the world I came from. When I was a kid growing up, friend of mine was two houses down. His aunt and uncle were between his house and my house. So you had the two sisters making sure that they got their husbands to agree to buying houses next door to each other. It was that sort of thing, and there was a lot of that went on here in Pittsburgh. I know people who were born in a particular house, lived their entire lives in that house, and are going to die in that house. Um, I can't see it. I can't see doing it myself, but a lot of people out here do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Part of the reason it's necessary for me to remain undoxed, even accidentally, by people who might be so inclined, is that my brother's family don't deserve any attention, but they are of some means.
Hmm.
Okay, yeah,
And
you've spoken of that.
yeah, and it's my opinions don't have dick to do with my brother, but you could definitely have an impact if you felt like you really wanted to fuck with my sister-in-law.
Okay, okay.
All of that was horseshit.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know.
Well, if you felt like I was targeting on my sister-in-law,
Well, I mean, and that's actually another thing is I have no siblings, right? I'm an only child and adopted.
yeah,
So again, forming these familial connections. I mean, hell, I am definitely not compatible personality wise with my mother. That's for damn sure. And it's just, ugh, I don't know. I don't know.
my parents' generation is my immediate parents' generation is very small. My dad was an only child. My mom was only one of three. So that's a pretty small immediate fucking generation there.
Okay, yeah, definitely.
And
I mean, in the case of my family, the two of them came from families with 4 kids. And as it would be had, both of those families had the 3 girls, and then the youngest was a boy. So you know how that was going on. You had kids until you had the boy, and then you quit.
right.
And yeah, what's really weird though, on his side, there were only the 3 grandchildren. Only one of them was natural. My sister and myself were adopted. On the other side, her side, there were the 13 grandkids. Well, there's my sister and myself again. I'm counting us on both sides. But there was the one, Joe and Florence, my Uncle Joe, my Aunt Florence, had their own little population explosion going. They had 5. And even back then, I'm thinking, why so damn many? We already have too damn many people. What are you doing? There are ways to prevent shit like that. And then, as you say, Kate, you and your mother don't see eye to eye. Those two and I never, never, ever saw eye to eye. As a matter of fact, I can tell you in all seriousness, he hated me from the moment I could speak.
Hmm.
They would always tell me, you were wanted because we adopted you. And it's like, you wanted me for what?
Parts. But
probably.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's not so much necessarily that I don't see eye to eye with my mother. She has no self-awareness whatsoever. She has no idea when she's being self-centered. She has no idea when she's putting people off or why when you tell her. The number of times I've told her, Mom, you're doing this and you have no idea how irritating it is. And she would look at me and in all sincerity go, I don't think I do that. And it's just like, oh, she's like that person who's in the right lane with her left blinker on constantly and doesn't realize it. Like that describes her personality perfectly. And it's just so frustrating.
Kate, the one thing we might be able to share is that I have a concept of the woman you're describing. It's my ex's mother who actually said, I might be a bigot, but I don't think I'm racist.
Oh!
Well, okay, to be fair,
there
you
is
can totally
actually
be
a
a
point to
bigot
that.
without being racist. You can totally manage it. You just hate them fags.
I know, but is that a thing that we can grasp, that we share, that I know this kind of a thing? Even
it's not exactly the same, though. It's not exactly the same.
I've not said it. It's the same level of just awareness that, okay, these are two different things, and one of them's bad, but I'm not the bad one. I'm just this one.
Right, right. Well, I mean, okay, to be fair, I mean, if you're prejudiced as fuck, but it doesn't affect your behavior in any way, shape, or form, let them have it.
Yeah.
You know? Or it's like, I hate fill in X group, whatever, but I'll still hold the door open for them. I'll still say hi and be polite. It's just inside I'm seething. Okay, fine. It's like I say in all my videos, if they can share and play nicely with the other kids, I don't care what the hell they believe.
I've got a very good friend of mine with whom I've been friends for a very long time, and overtly he seems to be just a racist, but 2 of his 5 best friends are a Jamaican and a Haitian.
Well, are you ready for this?
That are first generation immigrants to the country. So he's not really. His dad is devout.
The MSB was probably the biggest racist I've ever known. Absolutely hated them. Blank, blank, blank. But now let's fast forward a few years. Well, one of my cousins took in her niece's children because her niece wasn't taking care of said children. That niece liked black guys. The kids were biracial, and he loved those kids as his own grandkids. Go figure that one out.
Yeah.
I mean, they were somehow different. They must have been from another planet or something.
It doesn't matter once it's affected me.
But then, as soon as they were out of the room, he'd go right back to what he was. It's weird.
There's one thing I want to figure out is my dad's side of the family is Italian Catholic, Sicilian Catholic, right?
Hello.
And so many members of that side of the family are gay as a purple tomato. I mean, seriously. like my dad's cousin Donna is a lesbian. Her daughter Jessie is a lesbian. My cousin Adam is gay. I'm a lesbian. I mean, just left and right. And it's like, for some reason, they're all okay with it. Not one unkind word about it. And I'm just thinking that is strange that has happened. They're like that devout and that tolerant.
I don't know. Is it a family consideration? I mean, your family, so it's okay.
I have never heard them utter a horrible word against anybody. Come to think of it, but
Okay,
for some
okay.
reason, but they are devout Catholic.
If there was a singular event in my life that I wish I could have taken you with me to attend, was a neighborhood friend of mine who was Italian Catholic was marrying a Polish Jew.
Oh boy!
Wow.
Hello.
It gets better.
Huh?
So they're getting married at Edwards Air Force Base in Ohio because
No. Edwards is in California. Do you mean right, Pat?
Yeah, Wright-Patterson. And
okay, yeah,
you're right. They're getting married at Wright-Patterson in a tent because her dad. She's the Polish Jew. Her dad is he's above a colonel, and I don't remember what the Air Force above a colonel is, but he's above the colonel.
I'm thinking major.
I thought major was below a colonel.
I gotta look. I'm interested now.
Like, as far as I know, colonel is the next step before general, or I don't know about admiral, but
Yeah,
I'm
in
pretty
the Air
sure.
Force. That's why I say
Yeah. I know way
Okay,
too much.
you've got it. You've got it, hon. You've got first lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, brigadier general, major general.
Yeah, so
And then-
so he's a
Well,
step
I
below.
know way too much about the military for some reason by hippies.
Yeah, and it varies because the Air Force is kind of weird, and it gets when you get to the upper echelons. Anyway, so the reason it was being held there is because her dad was an uppity up, and it was immediately funny to me because these were neighborhood kids and their parents that I'd grown up with that had traveled to Ohio to attend this wedding, and on the one side was the neighborhood kids. And what was, it's not an exaggeration, a fairly exemplary assemblage of what appeared to be mafia. And on the other side was the garment district of Chicago being fully represented.
Oh
no! And what turned out as an atheist, it was so beautiful.
Did it come to blows?
No, it was. Oh my god, it's actually better than that. They had this priest lined up who was willing to do the interfaith marriage because it's not only a big thing for a priest to do an interfaith marriage, but one with a Jew. That's a
boy, yeah,
that's a big fucking step right there.
Christ killers.
But it turns out that the rabbi that they had was like a fucking game show host. He was so fucking good. He was just a magnificent rabbi. Just a man that could definitely handle a room. And that becomes important in a second because the priest that they had lined up backed out literally the night before. And there's no way that the Italian mafia side of the room was going to be okay with this being just a Jewish wedding. So they literally pulled a priest out of a bar at 9:00 in the morning.
Oh no! Oh no!
He was.
Had he had his altar wine yet?
He was hammered.
Oh Jesus!
I mean, I swear to you that I have remembered this because it is so. He introduced himself as whatever his I'm Father, and he said
that might have been it. Yeah.
I'd like to thank you, wonderful people, for joining this wonderful couple on this wonderful day to join each other in the wonderful thing that we call matrimony.
It sounds like a Trump speech.
And I shit myself. I am 30 rows back on side Italian, and I go. Fucking grabs my thigh and pinches and twists to get me to stop laughing. I am 28 years old or something like that at this point. This is not a. What was great was that, and I'm not kidding. I'm not trying to denigrate the rabbi when I say that he was like a game show host. He literally carried out even the Latin parts of the Catholic portion of the wedding.
Oh yeah,
because the priest was too drunk.
What it's like the SNL thing with Elliot Gould, and the Jew was the only one who knew the Christmas carols.
You should have seen the picture of the bruise on my thigh. The amount of time that my mom had to grab the muscle of my thigh to twist hard enough to get me to stop laughing through this fucking ceremony because I was so losing my shit.
I have to wonder how many others were halfway there.
The rabbi reading the Latin.
Wow, my brain just went somewhere horrible. Thank you so much. Sorry, you said I wonder how many people were halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. That's where my brain went. So yeah.
Oh,
but no, I was actually kind of disappointed that at my cousin's wedding, they did not do the part, if anyone has any reason why these two should not be joined in the bonds of holy. I was like, man, because I mean, I didn't have anything planned for that, but part of me really wanted to. Just have something to say, like some horrible, whacked out reason. Although, if you attend a goth wedding in Seattle, it's sort of a tradition to yell out a lot of crazy reasons they shouldn't be married, like it's the Rocky Horror Picture Show or some shit.
I'm cool with that. I was supposed to have attended the Godless Iowan and Mrs. Snarky's wedding, and I had fully planned on talking somebody else at least into when they got to the point where does anybody have any objection to us just standing up and just going, "Hi, was you know, because he was a
yes,
yeah,
because he was Pentecostal. Yeah.
and Skeeter dot and Wadot and Chip.
Yeah.
All right. Yes. I don't know. I don't know enough yet, but I would have blathered something in Klingon if someone asked me to speak in tongues and see what happens.
Yeah, I've never done it before, but I was really hoping that was just going to be a thing because it would have been so fun. So it would have been great, but then it would have disrupted their wedding, and his grandparents would have been upset and would have made me a complete jackass. So I wouldn't have actually done it. But in my heart of hearts, there was a place where that happened. Because it would have been really funny. It would have been horrible, but it would have been really, really funny.
Yeah,
there was a thing that came down today where I got the closing comment on a premiere of a video that was still really funny.
Okay.
The end of the side chat on her video is like 3 minutes of me admitting that I set her up to kind of demand that I be involved in the video that she was making. And while I was having that DM with her, that she had already started posting to Twitter openly, as if posting DMs to Twitter is okay. I'm having a conversation with friends saying, all right, I want to make sure I get involved in this video. So I posted, I said, I hope you don't make this video about me. It won't go well for me. Oh, you're in it. And then my response was, oh, whatever you do, don't include a tag to my channel. Oh, you can count on it.
And whatever you do, don't buy me every item on my Amazon wish list.
Yeah, there you are.
What we were talking about is like, don't send me a check for $20. I couldn't have made it more obvious. I was trying so hard to give her a chance to recognize that, okay, I see what you're doing. You're being an asshole, but, I had it coming, whatever. But no, she was so blind with her rage that.
I don't know, man.
Was she still just a rat in a cage?
Oh my God, she's just. Okay. It's completely random, but I can't think of a better person to ask if you've ever read it. If you ever read a book, it's a very short book. It's a storiette called The Yellow Wallpaper.
Never heard of it.
Oh, a friend of mine gave me that recently. I have yet to open it. But I know the book of which you speak.
It's a 45-minute read, and it's another one of those things that fucking sticks with you, because once you realize what you've been reading, it gets really weird.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to get to the end before you realize what you've been reading all along. It's
okay, great, thank you, because that'll kind of prime me to look into log everything.
I highly recommend that you read The Yellow Wallpaper.
Yeah, no, Kathy gave it to me a few months ago, and I never got to opening it up and reading it. I must do this.
It's like 50 pages. It's literally one uncomfortable.
Since when is 50 pages a 45-minute read?
I go pretty fast. Okay, the Yellow Wallpaper. Do they have it on Kindle?
Probably.
They do, but I'm not spending $2.33 on that shit.
Well, it's probably still a college lesson plan book. That's why there's.
I am so confused. There's also a $7 version, a $5 version. Oh, hey, here's a $0 version.
Okay, I don't see it on my bookshelf. I know I have it. I just have to figure out where I put it.
I don't have it. I read it as part of a class that I took during the summer at IU, and I read 3 really great books, not even including that one. They were all written by actually 2 separate classes, because the other books I'm thinking about were all written by Black authors, but I don't think Yellow Wallpaper was.
Man, none of this says what it's about at all.
That would be a very hard thing to describe.
All right, well, I'm still on the crucible of time, though, so it might be a few minutes before I read it.
Yeah, no, it's not a long read.
Still, I don't want to lose the continuity of what I'm already reading, because if I do,
sure. I'm not asking you to do that.
Still,
there might be something that we can connect upon other than our senses of humor. Artistically, there has to be something.
Well, maybe. I don't know. We might just be that fundamentally different.
Well, we have comedians in common.
That's true.
I never saw Steve Martin perform.
I haven't either, but I love him in movies. But okay, one of my absolutely most favoritist movies is LA Story.
Yeah, me too. His conversations with the sign are fucking.
Yeah. Oh, I love it when he's in the coffee shop and he's like, "I'll have a double decaffeinated half calf with a twist of lemon."
Caffeinated coffee.
And then everyone's like, "I'll have a twist of lemon. I'll have a twist of lemon." It's like, who puts lemon in coffee? You know, or where Patrick Stewart is the maitre d' at the restaurant.
I have
like-
gone into a Starbucks and asked for the half calf double decaf decaffeinated coffee.
See, the thing is, I wonder if any of them have actually seen the movie and will get it, because it's like I recently got.
It doesn't diminish from the humor if they have
Oh.
it. It's
No,
still,
it's actually better if they know it, though. I mean, but
my name is Kurt, and a friend of mine she actually has a shirt that she wears, and she alone has that says some of them are just for Kurt.
Okay.
Just jokes that I think are fucking hysterical to me that nobody else fucking needs to get in order for them to be hysterical to me.
Okay. Sure.
I feel like that's.
Well, I just got a plush fennec fox that I've named Samantha Peterson, and only a few people get that reference, which is a shame because it's a wonderful reference. One thing I think I'd love to do is to actually get the "Have you seen this cat" poster where it's a picture of a fox that goes around as a meme sometimes. Get it put on a shirt. Because I think that the joke about a fox that they're calling, well, you'd have to see the stand-up routine that it's based on because it's very funny. But
when I was in college, I sold T-shirts at to some level of profit that was a milk carton with a black and white photo of a pot leaf.
Okay.
Have you seen me?
Sure.
That was one that would joke was funny.
Okay. Sure. Well, see here. Have you seen this cat missing from the area? Answers to the name of Samantha Peterson. Any information to peter@peterpeterson@gmail.com.
It says Samantha.
Well, still, I want that on a T-shirt.
Samantha.
I think that'd be awesome. Well, it should say Samantha, but
it is a proud picture of a beautiful fox. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah, there's a stand-up routine that it yeah. Anyway, okay, here's something weird I've never actually done. If you screen share a screen of the Hangout, do you get that sort of like infinite mirror effect?
Oh yeah, that wonderful little thing.
Because I've never done that.
I don't remember that I've done it either. Come to think
of
it.
I've done it. Don't remember where I've done it. It's happened. I have participated.
Maybe the back of a Volkswagen?
I've participated in the penis naming event.
Oh, good to know. That's definitely something that I needed. That is information I needed to have. Although, if we're going to talk about that, you ever see The Adventures of Ford Fairlane?
I have not. I know the title, but I haven't seen it.
Because at one point, Andrew Dice Clay is like, mine's named Stanley, like after the power drill. So, yeah.
When I was working in the radio station, he came in and handed out some shit like T-shirt and bumper stickers and something else that I still have in a box somewhere for that movie. Yeah, I met him while he was promoting that thing.
Well, it's weird because I mean the guy is obviously kind of slime, but that's such a fun movie.
The guy is wonderful. The character.
Yeah. Well, okay. I remember though that there was this like mega protest when he was going to be on SNL or something. Like half the female cast walked out or something. But
it was the writers.
I thought it was the female cast.
I think I'm not sure there were that many of them.
Well, I remember I don't know. It's funny though, talking about how like the actual person is so much different from their character. You know, I was on Tosh.0, right? Well, Tosh himself, like when he's off camera, turns into the most mellow guy where like you'd swear he was just sort of stoned, like, yeah, it's okay. But he gets in front of the camera and all of a sudden he's freaking manic. It's
Yeah.
like his personality just shifts.
Yeah, it's very very much the same way with him. He's absolutely a character, and he has the voice is very much the same, and the accent's very much the same, but he's a very different guy. He's very giving and very sweet. Yeah, if somebody says something nice to him, he has very effusive appreciation for what they've said about him. He's a really nice guy.
I have such a difficult time knowing how to deal with compliments. Like I wanna be like thankful and grateful, but also I want to sound sincere, and I'm afraid I won't, and it all just gets muddled into this ball of I don't know how to say thank you for a compliment.
Yeah, for me, it almost invariably stumbles into me saying something else that I think is cool about myself instead of saying thank you for mentioning that. That's very sweet of you. It just skips. My brain just skips. Yeah, you've already said that. Go on to the next thing that you think is cool about yourself.
Right. Well, you know, the coolest thing about me is that I am really, really humble. I am the
Right.
humblest fucker here. Nobody is as humble as me. Anybody.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody has ever been more humble than me, and I am the most honest person I know.
Right. Also, hyperbole is the best thing ever.
Yeah, I try really hard to be that fucking obnoxiously wrong.
There is a certain joy in being obnoxious, I have to admit.
I'm
I mean, as long as you're not hurting people, there's just something fun about it.
Yeah, it was my mom's birthday, and we were at a steakhouse. Granted, it was a chain steakhouse, but we're at a steakhouse, and things didn't go well otherwise. But at one point, the music just cranks up to 11, and we can't even have a conversation amongst this little four top that we're sitting at. And I said, "Yeah, it's too bad the music's not louder than it is." And my dad turns to me and puts his hand on me and says, "Tone it down." I'm like, compared to what? I get what you're saying, old man, but these aren't the rules that you're used to playing under. This is just obnoxious. And if nobody ever says anything about this is obnoxious, it will just continue. And just calm down. That's what my dad said when I decided that I was being too out as an atheist. Can't you just let it go? My dad has always been a physically intimidating figure in my life. I won't go into why that's an established fact, but during the conversation that we had not that many years ago, I was 44, 45, when my parents confronted me about being too open about my atheism on Facebook, and when I abandoned Facebook. My dad was actually trying to be physically intimidating at one point. He sat up in his chair and thrust out his bony chest in front of me. and I sat there for a second and I just smiled at him. I was like, I remember somebody telling me that if it sounds like bullshit, it probably is. And I took that to heart, and it served me well. And that was the end of that fucking conversation, because my old man's the one that taught me that. And when I applied it to his apparent trust in his religion that he never seemed to give a shit about my whole life, he shut the fuck up, and I didn't have to threaten this bony old fucker who thought he was going to jump me at the kitchen table. I just laughed inside. It felt so bad for him, but it felt so good.
There were some times that I wish I didn't have as much restraint as I did. And when he would rifle back with his fist clenched, I would lay one into him first, but somehow I just had too much restraint for that.
That is exactly what happened with that comment without the actual physical contact. My dad knew exactly what I had done.
Yeah, that one did not have enough going on between the ears to.
Yeah, no,
that sort of thing.
my dad did. He was embarrassed and he shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay.
My dad taught me to think, and when I used it to think differently from him, he had an issue with it, and he wanted to be confrontational about it when he was in his 70s and I'm damn near 50. It was never going to work, but it sure as fuck wasn't going to work now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This was 4 years ago. I'll be 50 in May.
I don't know. You're just too old, you know?
Yeah, I was just embarrassed for my dad. I mean, it was funny to me. It was cathartic because there was literally nothing about what his posturing that was a threat to me. I literally felt bad that he thought that was going to work because it had always worked. His whole life it had worked. Sure as fuck didn't work that day. I decided to be I decided to be what he taught me to be and stopped going on fucking Facebook.
Hey there.
Hmm?
Morning.
Oh, yeah. I should probably do that whole bed going thing.
I wondered. I wondered. I thought I saw you yawn there for a little bit, and then yeah, when you kind of faded out there, I wondered if. Well, not John. I wondered if you had faded out or if it was something else.
No, I'm tired. I was actually like, I was woken up at the ass crack of dawn, not by the kitten for once. And then I sort of napped for a bit not this afternoon, sort of around 11-ish, woke up, made some food, and then suddenly all of a sudden realized, holy shit, I'm going to be late for my doctor's appointment. So I've been sort of running on empty all day anyway. So yeah, I should probably go to bed.
Yep, I'm operating under the pretense that I'm going to be at a friend of mine's house in 6 hours and 47 minutes. So
yeah. So I'll see you evil geniuses later.
Love you too.
Love
yeah,
you, Kate.
and
glad to have you by.
Don't get run over.
Always a pleasure to see you. Hope you don't die during a horrible masturbation incident.
I'll be sure to. Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Hey, Kate. Okay, well, it looks like that's kind of the end of the line here. So I'm going to thank everybody on the side chat for coming by, and you guys all take care and be good and have fun. And I know that's mutually exclusive, but do the best you can. And I'll say to you, thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side. Night, all.